All you can do is sit here and sky gaze and daydream and speculate about what it could be.
Yeah. They get all technical with spectroscopy, but that's just like data, if you know what I mean. And then they got to rule out the atmosphere, so there's a lot of things behind that. And it's just assumptions, isn't it? And it's not shown in a lab like, oh, it must be hydrogen because of this. It's like,
He ran off.
yeah.
He did, and that was a great question. I should have asked him, does water appear flat? Oftentimes things are what they appear to be, so. So the argument is, well, often things are what they appear to be, so the sun is what it appears to me to be, but then everything else is not what it's going to appear to be.
I've got a nice image for this. I think this is what the sun is. Let me find it. This is what I've been told it is. Is it one of those? Because that's exactly what it looks like in the sky. Right? Suppose you can't be about that. Put a picture of a gif of a star or emoji, whatever.
I just posted what looks like a ball. It appears to be one spinning around, so it is, right? Because oftentimes things are what they appear to be.
Nice.
It appears to be a ball. Doing what I'd expect a ball to do. Just spinning around like a top.
I've been gone so long, all my GIF favourites have just disappeared, so I had a good one then. I mean, it can boil and not appear to boil, right?
I don't know. Mark G's a moron. Who cares about his red herring?
Like, I'm pretty sure if you put like water in a vacuum and then compress it, it doesn't like bubble and boil. It just the temperature increases and it's technically boiling temperature, but it doesn't boil. Like, can you visually?
I don't trust anybody in a duck costume, but that's just me.
Like, can you tell the difference between like 98 degrees water or 50 degrees water by looking at it? Most of the time, you know.
Yeah.
Go on then, get technical.
It's going to be coming to more of a rapid boil by 98. It's just going to be simmering.
You got me.
Not even simmering, just kind of steaming at 50.
Yeah, you got me there. Maybe it was a bit too much of a distance, but yeah. So it's like a gradient. Yeah.
This kettle I got, it goes like up to 200, and then as soon as it hits 200, it gets to 212 like really quick. Like say like, I mean, as it heats up at a real constant rate, you know, like it shows the temperature as it's heating up. It'd be like 98, 99, 200. All of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The last 12 are just like in a second.
that definitely a few thousand watt.
No, seconds. It get like 212 is 100 degrees Celsius. So my kettle is in American.
Right.
So it would be like something similar where I guess in I'm not sure, it'd be like 2. So like say if the kettle goes like 2, it shows when it's 100 degrees Celsius and it goes like 91 and then like or maybe like 95 and then like 5 seconds later 96, another 5 seconds later 97, and then 98, 99, 100. The last 3 is like 1 second.
Yeah. Have you ever like boiled the kettle with the lid off? It just never like finalizes.
It'll come to like a roaring boil. Like it will. Yeah. There's like a shut off element in it where it will stop at some point. But yeah, if you leave, like I've done that before accidentally, where I push a button, I'm adding water, start it up, but then I move the water away and didn't close it. And I'm like, how come it hasn't beeped yet? And I walk over there and it's like a roaring boil. I'm like, like, oops.
But like half of your water's just evaporated, and there you go.
Yeah, it just boils it off.
I love coffee.
Oh, this guy again. He's muted though.
Have some fun. What's the title? What's the theme of the day being then?
Oh,
I love the triangle Earth.
I got pictures from Spiders.
I love the triangle Earth. I love the triangle Earth.
Okay, we get it. Your brain
I love the
damaged.
triangle Earth.
We get it. This topic hurt you, and you're damaged goods. Shut up.
I see.
Is that time travel proclaiming that the Earth's a triangle and that he loves it?
I think so, dude.
Fucking hell. He only visited us yesterday and now he started returning saying shit like that. I think you're right, Crip. I think we broke him. Poor lad.
Wait, I got it though, man. Is that like a triangle map? What's the deal? What's the limits of the Earth? You know.
Look at him go. Like, look at him go.
He gone.
Yeah, well, they'll time you out on the server if you spam too much. It detains you. So he's in the Navi boy room. He's sitting at the Navi table.
Yeah. Well, we're politics.
Yeah, there's like a room, a detention room.
Okay. I think I might have been in there a few times.
You know it got him because he posted more than this, but some of them got deleted. Like the bot will delete the comment and then detain them. Then in the detention room, you gotta click that you agree to follow server rules and blah blah blah, and then it lets you out.
So what do people talk about on Speculation Sunday these days? It's been a few months. What have I missed?
Yeah, I think there was a good speculation yesterday. Can't remember what it was though.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of confused at how the server split into like 5 different heads of the monster. You know what I mean? So.
Hey, I got a question for you, Sydney.
Yeah.
So let's say I've got like a scale, and I noticed that on this scale, 2 things happen. I call one where one event happens, I call that 0, and where the second event happens, I call that 100. Would you know that scale was based on that event, or would it be based on something else?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Okay. So I made you make a scale where you've got, say, 0, where you're not standing on it, and then 100 would be like whatever sort of weight, a positive expression. So you've got 0 to 100.
Okay, on a scale that's measuring the weight of something. Okay.
Well, not a weight, like you. Okay, maybe let me try a different way. Okay, you've got a device that either measures yes or no.
Okay.
And it can give you a scale where you've got no and then yes.
Okay.
So if you've got that scale in place and you've got either 0 to 100, do you know for sure if that scale was built for that purpose, or would it be some other purpose?
No, I don't know for sure. Like on the 0 to 100, I could understand it, but not in this example. I guess I don't know. The whole thing doesn't sound concrete. 0 to 100 would be easier to measure something. Yes, no, definitely not as easy. I guess. I don't know. That makes sense.
Oh, let me just add, it's like an arbitrary number, right? It's just like whatever. You could put 1,000, you could put 150.
Yeah, or I
no,
tried to make it seem, just an arbitrary number, wherever you want, 212. Like someone swings a hammer at a carnival and they knock that, metal slug up to the bell. That it normally shows 0 to 100, but it could be 0 to 1,000.
That's not true.
It could be 0 to 50, 1 to 10.
I just want to say 0 to 100 real quick. Did anybody get the reference? But anyway, okay, my bad, Crit. That was sorry if I have any feedback.
No, you got a little bit of feedback, but it's okay.
All right. I was expecting a nice, like, really specific question from you, Crit. So I was like, oh, damn, the vagueness.
Yeah, well, I get this. I tried to be a little bit, nebulous there, a little bit on the periphery. That if you've got a scale and you made that not a scaling, like a number chart.
Yeah.
So you've got a number chart of 0 to X, and you built it that way on purpose. Do you know that, or you don't know that?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. a lot of these globalists can't figure that out. That like if they were to walk to like a carnival game where they swing the hammer and knock the bell, and the bell at the very top it says 100, they say they're not sure if it hit 100 or not, even though they heard the bell ring.
Oh,
They
I
literally,
gotcha.
you know what I'm talking about?
I gotcha.
You can picture that?
I can. I totally can. It works in globe scenarios. It works in a lot of modern scenarios. So yeah, absolutely. Yep.
It's probably Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Who knows, man?
I like Celsius. It's better to bake with, but yeah, I understand Fahrenheit for like weather temperature still. My brain hasn't like fully adjusted to the Celsius, but overall overall I like the Celsius better.
You see this GIF I just posted?
Mhm. Yay, I won.
Yeah, so
Right?
that's like 0 to 1,000.
Ah,
Yeah, that means you're stronger, doesn't it?
So like for a globalist, we'll see that number hit 1,000, and like the whistles and the bells go off, and they're not sure if it got to 100 or not, or 1,000.
yeah, I guess it would depend on the incentive and the prize that they get. You know, for me, it'd be like, oh, I did this because I got this. You know, maybe that's just me.
Yeah, because it looked
But
like she got to 909.
mm,
It's the target. That's all. It doesn't matter about the number, right? It's just the target.
see, you're in it for the target. I'm in it for the friggin' prize. You know, will work for incentive, and then they're in it for perpetuating groupthink. You know, Marxism shit. So yeah, for sure. I can see that. That's funny.
Well, you guys have a good night. I'll catch you around.
All right, take care.
Anyone want to debate flat Earth? No.
Oh, we can talk about it if you want.
Yeah. What's your stance?
That we observe and measure and utilize the surface that we live on as planar. We measure changes in the vertical according to planar.
What do you mean by
According
that?
to horizontal. How we gauge changes in the vertical is within respect to horizontal.
What do you mean the
we do
vertical?
things.
Do you mean changes in height?
In elevation, yeah, whether it's below a datum or above it.
Okay. 2 seconds, I'm just getting something. I don't know if anyone here was here when I was asked to take some videos or pictures of the wind farm, offshore wind farm on the next to the beach in Brighton, which is about, I think, 11 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You're referring to an observation that was made?
Yeah, by me.
So is this in the form of photography?
Yeah.
You post it?
I'll send the picture in the group chat. In the text, sorry. This is from my own phone. And from the picture you can see from the right side of each of the columns, which is the closest turbine, and then to the left as you go further out, you can see the height difference of the turbines. The width of the turbines is almost identical, but the height difference is way more drastic. And to me, that's evidence of curvature.
Okay, so can you give us the calculations?
Sorry, two
Yeah,
seconds.
I was going to say.
This one's
So
clearer.
do you have specifics? Do you have height observer height distances to each individual?
Yeah. I can get that for you.
Do you have distance to the horizon? There's a number of factors.
I have my coordinates and my height. I have the known measure, like distance between me and the wind turbine. I don't know like exactly where the horizon was. Like I don't know the exact point.
If you're going to claim that that's behind, that those things are behind the horizon, right, beyond it, that the horizon is defining the point beyond, the point beyond which you can't see any more of the surface, the physical nature of the curvature of the Earth. You're invoking that it has a specific distance. You're invoking geometry would dictate that it is at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No. I think there is a specific distance, but I don't have the measurement for that. Because that wasn't what I was measuring.
But that's what everything else will have to conform to.
Sure, yeah, but I can
other
calculate
number
it.
that's derived
Calculate it for
will
you.
be derived from that, based on that.
I think, for me, measuring the amount of height lost between the wind turbines within that column would be a good indicator for me to work out where the horizon is. Obviously, I don't have like a ginormous ruler, but I know the exact coordinates of the wind turbines and my own position, along with my height, barometric pressure, and all that stuff. But those are like the known things, the known like factors that I have.
Each
And I obviously
turbine must be obstructed from view, like a specific amount.
yeah,
of them.
that's the specific amount would be the amount of the wind turbines that is
right.
beyond the horizon.
All of them. All of them.
We know the height of the wind turbines.
Should have certainly all conform to the exact geometry, the claimed geometry, right?
Yeah, you can do the calculation if you want.
Well, this is your example. You would have to show us the calculations that you made, especially all the things that need to be taken into account on this particular observation.
You can do the calculation.
Well, you have to give us all the things that you've accounted for so far, and then we'll add to that.
Yeah, sure. Might take me a little bit because I'm not a mathematician, but let me just get a calculator and paper.
Sorry, what camera did you say you used? Was it the one on the back of your phone?
Sorry?
Was the camera you used the one on the back of your phone?
Yeah.
Have you got access to any other cameras, one with a larger aperture, for example?
No, but I have 3 different lenses on my phone.
Oh,
I don't have like specific larger aperture. Okay. I will be soon. I'm going to be getting a DaVinci Resolve Blackmagic cam.
Cool.
But at the moment, I've only got my phone.
No, that's fine, dude.
Yeah, but I think like I was asked to take pictures like a while ago, and then I just forgot, and then I was in town the other day, so I did it. But I think last time I was asked to do it with my phone and only my phone, and then like zoom in, and he did ask me to do a video of me zooming in and like doing that. I can see if I can find the video.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. What was your altitude?
I have.
What was your altitude? What was your altitude? How high above the sea level were you?
I was.
Were you like on the beach?
Not on the sand. I was on the above the breach. I forgot the name. Yeah. Where the waves, like to prevent the waves from damaging the seafront.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is Brighton.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know Brighton very well. I've been down there. Been down there as well.
I like
it's interesting when you look from Brighton westwards towards. What's the name of that other pier? The one that's broken? Can't remember. Is it?
Oh, that's east.
That's west.
The I forgot the name of it too. Not gonna lie. What's it called? West Pier.
Yeah, the West Pier. Yeah. So the West Pier is the main pier, right?
No, well, I think it used to be, but now, like, obviously, Brighton Pier is like the main one. Brighton Palace Pier.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, you are correct. So the Palace Pier and the West Pier is west of that, isn't it?
Yeah, on the map. But like, if you're like on the pier, like on the seafront, obviously, like you're facing south, so it'd be like it'll be to your east. But yeah.
Yeah, it's 9 miles difference between the 2 piers, right?
No, it's much less than that. It's like 700 meters.
Pier. You know Worthing Pier? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, I'll send a screenshot for you. I just mean like. Actually, it's got my friend's location. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe crop that out.
I don't want to divert you from what you're doing, dude. It's just because you mentioned Brighton and stuff. So
Yeah. No, I'm just getting the 2. West Pier's like the destroyed one.
Yeah.
But it's about like 700 meters away.
Yeah, not that one then.
Oh, fair. It's weird because like a lot of the seafronts have like the same design pier, so I don't know if they were like all made at the same time.
Roughly.
Yeah, because Worthing Pier looks really similar.
Yeah. Yeah, it's between Palace Pier and Worthing Pier. That's almost 9 miles, I think.
Sorry, what was I doing again? Oh, height.
Yeah.
Let's get in
Sorry,
the height one.
do apologise.
That's all right. It's late, isn't it? How do I do this again?
Hey guys, are we cooking a Glober? What's happening?
No, we're just chatting. Just vibing. But yeah, I'm a Glober. I'm getting the height information for the where I took the picture. I didn't use a ruler, just to be clear. Like, I'm just.
No one's expecting that, really, mate.
Yeah. I just like I'm just getting it from the coordinates from the phone, so from the like metadata from the image.
Yeah.
So it was next to Lucky Beach. Yep. Oh, they've updated Google Earth, by the way. Didn't know that. It's all like fancy now. Elevation. Okay, 9.6 meters. Hello.
Yeah, what are you looking at here? This Bridgeton Palace Pier.
The location or?
You posted something.
Oh no. That was
Last
just we were just talking about the piers and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I should actually send you the coordinates of the picture. Let me do that now.
Oh, for the windmills here?
So the coordinates of where I was standing when I took the picture.
Yeah, I think that you need to show that. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you're saying this is the curve of the Earth, like left to right curvature, or front to back?
Front to back. Well, I think what I'm saying is that I think there is evidence of curvature because the change in elevation or perceived elevation of the turbines as you go further back behind the column. So I don't know if you can see like the platform sort of where it kind of bulges out, sort of like a third of the way up, maybe a quarter of the way up. And that perceived height definitely reduces as you go further and further back.
Okay. Have you ever noticed when, say, you're walking down a corridor and the ceiling above your head as you look down the corridor seems to get lower and lower and lower? You ever noticed that?
Yeah. But the floor
Cool.
also comes up as well.
Yeah. So we're talking about perspective. Things above your eye line will, with distance, appear to descend downwards like the ceiling in the corridor. Things below your eye line will appear to ramp up towards the midpoint of your vision. So when you say the evidence of Earth curvature is, let's say, the 3 wind turbines in the center of the picture, with distance they appear to be going down, that's just perspective.
Well, if it was perspective, then the base would also be going up. But it's all the whole unit, the whole thing is going down.
You can't see the bottoms of the object really, though, can you?
That's the thing. The only thing that's changing is the amount of objects that's visible from the bottom. But if it's perspective, then it would all be reducing in all directions. And in fact, if it was perspective, then the width of the shafts would be drastically different. It would be proportional to the change in height or perceived height. But it's not.
Yeah. Okay. But let's try to tackle one thing at a time. First of all, let's just deal with the top of the object that appears to be going downwards. Okay, that can be sorted out with the perspective analogy. Now, we can't actually see the bottoms of the object because they're beyond the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can create optical horizons on flat surfaces. So, for example, if you're low to a horizontal surface, then you'll only be able to perceive a certain amount of that horizontal surface before the angle is too small for your eye to resolve. The bottoms of these objects are beyond that optical horizon, so we can't actually see them.
But
I can
if I'm
demonstrate.
zooming in, but in the image I've clearly zoomed in, so wouldn't I be able to resolve more and more of the base?
Not if it's gone beyond the optical horizon, dude. And it's interesting you said that you zoomed in. We'll try and deal with that one in a second. But when you say that the tops of them are going downwards, that's because of Earth curvature. No, that's just perspective. Things with
So
distance
you
appear
think it's
downwards,
a
right?
perspective-based phenomena, and it's to do with the phenomena related to optical horizons. How would you describe the?
Do you want me to show you what I mean by an optical? Sorry. Do you want me to show you what I mean by an optical horizon?
Oh no! I just want you to kind of using the windmills that I've shown, explain the way that optical horizon effect is working, or describe it a bit more, I guess.
Well, if I show you it, then you'll understand what I'm talking about, right? So
Sure,
just give me a couple. It's like a 5-second video, dude. It won't take long.
Have you sent it already, or was that someone else?
I'll tell you what, that one will do. Yeah. So if you just watch that, and I'll tell you what's happening as well. You're obviously looking upwards vertically along a straight structure, which is the skyscraper. And the gentleman puts the optic really close to that vertical surface. You'll notice you can't perceive the entirety of the side of that skyscraper. Eventually, there will be an optical horizon, the limitation of your view across the vertical structure, which is flat and straight, because you're really very low to it. Same thing as, say, we're looking over from a flat earther's point of view. The water is flat, but you're still quite low to that surface looking horizontally across it. your optic can't resolve the entirety of the ocean. There's a limitation of the angle that it can resolve before it loses the ability to resolve it. That's what I mean by an optical horizon, the limitation of your view across the surface. The bottoms of the windmills are beyond the optical horizon.
So why aren't the tops of the windmills beyond the optical horizon? If it's an optics-based issue, why just the
okay?
base?
So, at the moment, perspective's kind of funny, right? If you were to say, let go of a balloon and it went upwards, it would.
I think you're cutting out. I don't know if it's me or.
Yes.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty hard, Jedi.
Oh,
Perspective.
hello, Jedi. They died. Oh.
Gonna have a nice GeoGebra in 10 minutes that shows what you're trying to explain.
I don't know. To me, optical-based resolution issues would affect all directions in equal levels, such as what you're talking about, like the train tracks, and the sky sort of converging into one. It happens in all directions at the same time at the same rate. But clearly, that from the pictures that I took, it's not happening at the same rate, and it's appearing as if it's going below and like going down.
So the top of the windmills are above your eye line, so they've still yet to converge. You've also got the bending cause of lensing from your camera. There's a lot of optical effects going on there, brother.
So the light from the top of the turbines is converging.
Still converging. Because it's above your eye line, it's above your physical height.
So why do things that above my eye line take longer to converge than things below my eye line?
Because they're above your eye line.
But what's the mechanics of that? Sorry?
I said I don't know why, but for some reason things that are well taller or of higher elevation, whatever you want to call it, seem to take longer to hit that convergence point. A lot of people seem to use the effect of, hey, here's something close, here's something further. Why is it the further thing that's shorter than the other one?
But if it's distance that like determines that, shouldn't the direction not matter? Because it's all about like resolution and distance and like where the direction of which it's like the light is coming from wouldn't play a role.
Okay, it's not only about distance. It's not only about the shape of the object, right? When you hold a feather in your hand, you can see all of the strands of the feather sticking off of the stem, right? And then you have that feather go away from you. You'll eventually only see the feather and you won't see the individual strands. You'll still be able to see the color. Now, the feather is on a bird and the bird is flying and it's off in a distance. You're not going to see the individual feather. You're going to see the bird itself. And then if the bird is angled in a different way, like if his belly is towards you, then you're going to make out the silhouette of a bird flying. If his beak is facing towards you, then you're going to see a line in the sky. You may or may not recognize that it is or is not a bird, but you'll see a line in the sky. You'll see the object in the sky. At a certain distance, that bird will no longer be visible because he's
that
not.
Bird, I wouldn't be able to
His angular size is no longer perceptible because with the reflecting light off of everything else and the image of that bird, it's distorted within your vision. So whenever you got the horizon line, you have all of the other reflected images coming into your eye at one steady line, right? And instead of trying to interpret all of it all at once, your eyes do not do that. The retina and the back of your eye are overstimulated at that point, and so it makes a line. And then you have the weather
Okay.
causing the different ways that the light is traveling through the medium towards your eyes.
Okay, but
And
in the
so
picture
you'll
that
end
I
up
took,
with
I
mirages of
zoomed
things
in.
popping
So
in and out of the distance,
whether or not
even
my
though
eyes
the
can
object
resolve it
is
or not
there.
is not really like, my eyes aren't a factor because I'm taking it with the camera.
Your eyes are the factor. The eyes are the reason you have a camera. How can I have something that looks like a camera, that looks like an eye? I want to take
So
an image of
if I use a camera and then I zoom in,
in the
then
way
my
that I
eyes
want,
don't
right? I
have
have
the
an
limiting
eye before
factor
I had a
anymore.
camera.
So my eyes just don't matter at that point because the
People
camera
had
is the
vocal cords
resolution of
before
the
they had
camera is what matters.
microphones. You're illogical at this point, man. It doesn't matter if it's coming out of the camera or if it's coming out of your eyes or it's coming through a telescope, right? It's the optical effect, the way the light is traveling through the medium to your eye, regardless of if we're talking about a camera or your eyeball.
And with the bird thing that you mentioned earlier, I don't resolve the definition of the top of a bird before I resolve the definition of the bottom of a bird. The
No shit.
rate of
That's
which
why
I can
it's depending on its
define
orientation.
definition of the bird is equal across all aspects of the bird at once. So it's not dependent on direction or like where the light is coming from.
The angular size of that bird, meaning it's taking up a portion of your vision. The angular size of that portion of that bird taking up your vision, depending on how it changes its angle towards you, will show whether it's a larger bird or a smaller bird. Yeah? Because the wingspan of a vulture would be maybe, I don't know, 5 feet, right? But from its belly to it's the top of its back, while it's flying horizontal, right? You're going to have a 5-foot line sideways, and then you're going to have that, 6 inches of height. So then you're going to see this line that's 5 by 6, but you're not going to make it out well enough to know that it's a fucking bird. Maybe you do because you can
But the whole thing as one is what we like are resolving. Like it's not like the feet come into a resolution before the head.
No
like
shit.
It's not height dependent. There's no dependency on direction. It's the whole thing at once. And it gets
No
smaller and
shit.
smaller. It doesn't like go up or down or left or right.
Now stand next to that windmill, right? And then reach out and touch the windmill. That's where your height is for that windmill. Okay. Then you got the rest of the windmill standing up far up above your head. And then you hold and point your finger up towards the top of it. Now you're touching that fucking windmill with one hand. And you got the other finger pointed towards the top. The further you get away from it, how much closer your finger is going to come together. You're still pointing at the same portion of that windmill, and you're still using the other hand to point to the top of that windmill. There's a larger angle between you and the ground, or between you and the top of that windmill, and you and the ground. So now that you backed out, right? Now the windmill has come down. So now the angle between your hand pointing directly at the windmill and the top of the windmill, the angle is smaller. And then the angle of the size between your hand and the ground is an even smaller angle. You're not going to resolve that.
Exactly. It's a combination of.
Sorry. Now let him speak.
I finished.
No, Geeks. What does Geeks want to say?
You guys want to see something cool I just made to explain this?
Not really.
But Geeks, do you want to what do you want to say? Oh, I mean, okay. I get what you're saying. I don't know how that
Well, so it's simple Euclidean geometry and decision statistics makes sense. The other guy is like giving a very simple example of it, but it still works.
Chat, wait. What? Let's not delete comments. No need. Sorry, carry on.
No, I was done. I thought Droid gave a really great examples, simplifying complexity in order to demonstrate the engines effectively that are driving what we call optics. So I thought it was really well explained, and I was just jumping in just to kind of put some mathematical terms to it when people do this sort of thing in the lab. But I was done. It was just to clarify it for everyone else in the room. If to square the circle, really. But
oh, perfect. Then he should tell me what that effect is called that he was describing.
Which effect? He talked about quite a few
Which
effects,
effect?
I think. Yeah, there are quite a few.
Yeah, the one that he kind of talked about with the dissolution point at the deck.
I know which one.
He had
I
the
know
dissolution
what you're
point.
talking about.
What's that called?
Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, classic thing because, of course, all four converge into one because they're just all subsets of that. So
yeah, it sounds ambiguous and sounds like bullshit.
No.
Keeks,
The name
as
of it
usual.
is the name of it is optical regularity, or
okay. Post that in the side chat and tell me how that works.
optical regressionality.
Yeah, put it in the side chat. I would love to have a citation of what you're talking about, describing what DJ was describing.
Yeah,
Is that something
sure.
that was mentioned just now, or like?
I mean, I've got to find it. But hang on. I mean, I think it's more appropriate if the gentleman that was describing it cites his own. So I don't want to step on his toes.
I mean, you just gave two names for the things that he was describing, so you must know more. I guess you could go ahead and provide that for us, right? See if it correlates with what he was talking about. See if they're the same thing.
Oh, really? Is that the impression that I gave off? That I knew more
really confused.
because I had
What are we
something
talking
into
about?
my head? Oh, I didn't mean to give off that. No, I don't know more. I certainly don't know more than Droid because.
What are we talking about?
Well, Clammy, what happens is sometimes when we're talking to a new person who doesn't really know the the ins and outs or all the drama, you get these detractors who try to shut the conversation down with complete inane comments that are really just there to fill the space with just as much noise as possible.
This server's always. I think this server's always been I don't know. It's very strange. But anyway, someone mentioned, I think it was Tactical, mentioned about if you were to point at the top of the wind turbine and then at your eye level, and then measure the angular I forgot the term, but measuring the angle between the 2 points that you're looking at. For you to actually do that, you'd have to measure the equal angles of positive and negative. So it'd have to be where your eye line is, and then maybe a meter up and then a meter below, and then measure the change as you move further away. But if you were to have one at your eye level and then one at the top, that's not the correct method to measure the angular resolution.
You could have an infinite number of points upon the pole of that windmill, and then make the angles from all of those infinite points at a certain angle. Then you would begin to start seeing the fucking windmill again within that range of from center to top. Like if you're not seeing, 15 feet of that pole at I don't give a shit what distance. Within that angle of degrees, 15 feet, obviously not all 15 feet are going to be at your eye level, right? So your eye level would be 6 feet. So then below that 6 feet mark, you're not seeing it obviously because it's too small to resolve. The angle is too small. But then when the top of that angle reaching up towards the 15-foot mark on that pole, that angle and then whatever is below it, that's not resolvable. That angle is too small. That field of view is not visible. What's above that angle, that 15-foot, now what is visible. And it's not that the the angle is not based on the size of the pole. The angle that I'm referring to is starting from your eye out
Yeah.
to that point.
Yeah, but like from up above and below your eye, the angles would angles would have to be the same. So like if you're doing like 10 degrees above, you'd have to do 10 degrees below. And then as you move away, both of them would converge to a center point.
Have you ever noticed that water or some radio towers have white and orange colors painted on them?
Sorry, could you say it again? Radio towers have
I
white and
don't know
orange.
how it is in the world, but where I live, a lot of the radio towers they've got colors, right?
Yeah,
And they're segmented, and
yeah.
their distance in these colors are defined. So fucking, I can tell how large a tower is based on how many squares it's showing, right? Because it's the same across the board. Whenever I've got a large object like maybe a water tower that's painted the same way as the radio tower, those squares that are colored, they're going to tell me the size of that object. And so if I don't see, if these are 10-foot squares, 10-foot by 10-foot squares, and I only see 3 squares of this water tower in the distance, I know that, and I know that it's 5 squares tall, then I'll know that 2 of those squares are not visible from my distance, and I can gauge how far away I am from that object, or by how
That's
much I
fair.
need to maneuver. So
That's fair. I mean,
this
but the thing
angular
is, right?
size.
So sorry. Here.
Good.
So the alternating orange and white patterns, it's not for measuring the height of a tower. They're designed so that planes don't obviously fly into them. So it's meant to be easily
Yeah.
visible. And obviously, like
So they can
differing
tell you how
towers might
far away the
have
object
different
is
like
and how large the
distances
square
between like
is.
the different stripes and stuff. So it could be varied. Like in some towers, they might choose to do huge segments of like orange and then huge segments of white. Other ones might be like really small, little itty bits. But like, but yeah,
Is
I
it?
get what you're saying. Obviously, like there's a regular like pattern, and you could like derive the distance based on how much you can see.
Yes.
But like,
That's
I feel
because
like
we're
that would
using
apply to both
squares
curvature
to
and.
tell us how far away we are from that object.
Sorry.
We're using the angular size of those squares to tell us how far away we are from that object.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't. That'd be pretty hard to do. I'd be like, oh, I can't see it, so I must be like at least a certain distance away. But like, I wouldn't be able to know exactly. Like, I wouldn't be that good at like working out the exact distance I was at. Unless I had like a
Do you think
tool to do it.
Do you think if this was going to be a form of, if this was going to be a baseline, do you think there would be a rule or a regulation that would tell you how to paint these squares onto
Oh,
objects? Or do you
yeah,
think it's
there is. It's
arbitrary?
called no. There's regulations. It's called I don't know the name to be honest, but I know that it's based on the FCC's rulings, and the color's called International Orange.
Yeah. So then
I can try and
there's
find
a
out.
defined way to paint these squares. You can't just paint the squares however you want.
What's the pattern called? Is there a name for
Looks
it?
like
Tower stripes or something? I don't know if there's like a Wikipedia page, maybe. Yeah, there probably might be like a more stringent like system in place. Obviously, like different countries might have like different rules and regulations as well. I mean, because they call it International Orange, I presume there's probably like a unified system in place. But I'm struggling to find any information on that. I don't know if you've got a link, maybe.
No, I'm coming off the top of my head, but I've got business to take care of. We'll chat with you later. If I find that video explaining angular resolution, if somebody hasn't already, I'll post it.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, interesting. It's the same color used for astronaut spacesuits. And there's 3 different international oranges: Golden Gate Bridge, engineering, and aerospace. That edge, that's a doozy. What's a doozy? I feel like a boomer right now.
You don't sound like one. A doozy.
No, I know what a doozy is, but what was the doozy? Like,
Oh, sorry, just joking with Apocryphon. Obviously, my friend there told him to watch out for the curve, flat Earth reference.
Oh.
And the second one is the edge, flat earthers, and there's an edge. So watch out for the edge as well. All off it.
we've seen the meme where it's like when you're arguing with flat earthers and they're like, quick, throw them off the edge.
Yeah. But I just wanted to jump in quickly whilst I'm making my dinner. That video that I sent you from Dr. John D, this is literally the same wind farms that you're talking about, just observing them from a slightly different location. I think it's Worthing he was at. He's got some good videos. He's very analytical. He deals with light a lot. I think he's got a PhD in. I think it's optics or light or something like that. But that's kind of beside the point. He's very analytical with the observations that he makes. It might be worth you watching the video that I posted and maybe having look at a few other of his videos as well. He's done other observations from down the south coast, Brighton, Worthing, that type of area where.
I think you cut out.
Did.
Here's an interesting question. Do we think that the government, specifically the US government, has like super advanced technology that they're not telling us about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think probably. I don't know if it's like levitating microwave, like thruster drives and shit, but like I think there's definitely like stuff they're not telling us about. I mean, I would expect that,
I was just about to go to sleep right now, and when you asked that, it reminded me when I was a little kid. I lived over the
horizon. No, I'm joking.
I lived over the riverbed, away from what used to be known as just Northrop, and in the 70s they built the bomber, the B-2 bomber, I believe, but they didn't announce it till like the 90s. So that's like 20 years later, we finally found out that they've been having this particular I guess you'd say like military program, but being that it was like right in our backyard, like we never knew that. Like, and then growing up, it's like, wow, I was like the whole time growing up they were building this and they had it, they were building it right in our backyard, if you will. And then they became Northrop Grumman, and so I would assume with that they probably have something right now that we won't know until 20 years from now.
Yeah.
With the same logic. Okay, good night.
Good night. I know there's actually some weird, like, this is a kind of weird, probably doesn't work, but recently there's been like some research on using quantum phenomena to like replace traditional laser gyroscopes used in airliners. And one of the benefits is that it would obviously allow planes to maintain like accurate headings and stuff over dead zones such as St. Petersburg, which use a lot of GPS jammers to prevent incoming attacks from other neighboring nations. I mean, if the theory does work and it does make sense, whether or not like I think it's like practical, because you obviously need like super cooled what do you call it? So it has to be in like a Bose-Einstein. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Bose-Einstein condensate. So it has to be super, super, super cold, and it has to be like in a super critical state, and then like it changes in like momentum and inertia, cause like the molecules of helium, which are in superposition, to like drift in a specific direction. It's really weird. Kind of reminds me of like nuclear power stations where like you have all this fancy shit and at the end of the day it's just a steam turbine producing electricity. Maybe it would be good for like submarines, so then they can like stay under for ages and they have no like gyroscopic drift. I don't know. I should watch these videos that being sent. Why is no one talking?
Dude, you're talking.
Sorry.
Because we're listening to you.
Yeah,
we enjoy listening to you, man.
Damn, that's great. This is the first time like I've spoken in the Flat Earth like chat and people have actually like listened. Usually it's like already heated. I'll send the link to that like gyroscope thing. It's actually quite interesting. Does anyone here watch 2-minute papers?
Yeah, not for a while, but yeah.
Do you have any like specific episodes that you liked?
Oh, there was one. I can't remember the title of it though. I'll see if I can find it and post it. Give me a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, I've sent the link to the quantum gyroscope.
Is there anyone in here who believes the Copernican religion is true?
I do.
You do?
I have to.
The what religion?
That is actually
Copernican.
amazing.
Copernican religion.
I have no idea what that is.
Well, he will explain it to you, I'm sure. He cannot wait. He cannot wait. So don't you worry about that.
You don't know Copernicus? He created.
Is this like a heliocentric model thing?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Call him
He's
Fabian.
like one of the.
Call him everything.
He's one of the big players, you know.
Fair enough.
Hell yeah, he is.
But you gotta know Copernicus if you believe in a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from the big spinning world of darkness.
Well, I think like I know like of his work and like the history, but I didn't know it was a religion.
It's also
yeah,
a
sure,
sexuality. We are
it's
heliosexual.
Are you trolling?
Oh, for real?
It is
You've never been
based
called a
purely on
heliosexual?
faith. Do you have faith that the Earth is doing something contrary to what you observe, which is being still and immovable? That's what you observe, but you know the religion tells you it's the opposite. The Earth is spinning and wobbling and in motion and speeding through the universe. So which one you choose? Faith or observable reality?
Faith.
It's your decision. But don't call me crazy if I choose observable reality to be true. And
I never
accept
called you
that the Earth is
crazy,
not
Fabian.
moving. Huh?
When was the last time I called you crazy, Fabian?
And you're so quiet. Is he quiet for anyone else or just for me when I put you up? Can you say something, Peter?
You talking about me?
Hello.
Or-
Hi, Fabian.
Okay, that's better. I don't know. For some reason, we were very quiet. I put you up in volume.
Thank you, Fabian. I was saying I
Yeah,
never
you're
call you
welcome.
crazy.
No, I'm not talking about you.
Oh.
I don't think
You
you're
know
crazy.
that.
At least I don't think so yet. I don't know. I haven't heard much of what you said yet.
I appreciate it, but the notion was kind of more like towards the anti-flat Earth observable reality, if I want to call it, propaganda, which makes people question the heliocentric sorcery reality religion, and when they do so, they try to make the people question that look silly most of the time. That's why I said it the way I said it.
Fair enough. But like under your the way you define it, wouldn't heliocentricism and geocentricism both be religions?
Why so? Why is me accepting that when I get up in the morning or right now sitting in front of my PC, feeling no motion at all of the body I'm living on, which is the earth, and then accepting just that as a given fact that there is no motion detectable? Why is that a faith-based or religious claim?
I don't know. I feel like you're mixing up a lot of concepts because obviously, accepted science agrees that you don't feel motion unless there's an acceleration. But you can have an acceleration on both geocentric and heliocentric models.
Well, they claim there's an acceleration and a deceleration motion going on with the Earth. So, but for some reason I don't feel it.
But why would acceleration and deceleration be exclusive to heliocentricism?
Because it's what they claim. When they claim the Earth is moving, but when I'm in reality, I'm outside of the claim, just observing reality every day. There is no movement that I can feel or detect. But on the other hand, if I say that to be a given fact, which it is, because everybody observes this equally, for some reason, it is crazy to think like that. Or at least that's what my notion is most of the time, because people then suddenly say science,
I don't know. I feel like there's more than just your. I was gonna say 5 senses, but there's more than 5 senses. But you get there's more than just your senses and what you can firsthand feel and experience and see.
Well, then my senses are wrong.
Something feels a
right?
certain
Well,
way. It doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly what's happening.
That's an argument I would actually accept if you would say, well, then Clay, your senses are wrong. I would accept that. But
for example, with the convergence thing, I think one of the points was to do with optical horizons. So wouldn't by definition an optical horizon be a a sign that your like what you see is not necessarily what's actually happening.
Wait, can you repeat that real quick? Sorry.
Yeah, so you say like you base your like worldview or your world model on your what you see or like what you're sensing around you
Yes.
firsthand.
Yes.
But like one of the main like points in regards to the flat Earth model is to do with like optical horizons. But
Well,
by definition,
first of all, I just want to clarify. I personally do not hold a so-called model of the Earth as a given. Neither would I defend or claim such a thing to exist. I'm just a simple guy. I just take the presentation, the current presentation of reality. No clue if it might change or not, but the current presentation of when I move around in this realm, in this Earth, whatever, living life, it presents itself to me as being a topographical stationary planar surface. And I also utilize it as being just like that, So no need for me to have a model or anything like that. If I use a map, it's gonna be flat, but most of the time I just use Google Maps on my phone, which is also gonna be flat if I zoom in and make use of it.
actually,
yeah.
pushing my nerd glasses up, Google Maps actually is curved. But anyway, sorry.
Well, no. If you zoom in on Google Maps and you want to utilize it practically, right? I was talking about utilization, something I could use practically. If I want to get from A to B, I'm gonna see a planar grid surface or grid system. Or I don't use Google Maps most of the time. I actually used, one second, how is it called on Apple, on the iPhone.
Apple Maps. But if you go to Apple Maps right now and zoom out, it goes into a globe.
I know. I mean, you're
So it's not
at
flat.
least gotta give me the knowledge that I have zoomed out. I got to that point. But
no, but you were saying like it's
but
like
the point
flat,
is
but
the
it's not.
I'm talking about as soon as you want to utilize a map of the world or the map or that ball, you gotta need to zoom in, and as soon as you zoom to a point of practical utilization, such as looking up a street or whatever you're gonna try to look up, you wanna stalk on your neighbor or whatnot, it's gonna be a flat-based grid system, right? It's not gonna be curvature in anywhere to make it.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I can agree with like on a practical level, like
Thank you.
as on a scale of like us as humans, we don't need to like look into like curvature. It just doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But like I there is like, so for example, I run a 3D printing business and I make like topology maps of like specific regions. So I did one of Olympus Mons, and I did another one of like Brighton Beach and like the UK. So I look at like maps on the large scale, and I download like terabytes of like raw satellite data and then like process it and like put them all together and cut out all the like weird scruffy bits that just make the whole thing look like shit, make it look like actually nice. And like I can't just like take the squares and the blocks and then align them. I have to actually like project them on a virtual globe and then bend and curve the points and use like a coordinate system. They're called like CRS systems, but like there's multiple different ones for different regions. But like, would you say, how would you describe like what I'm doing? Like what if the Earth was like a flat plane or a flat disk or just flat, topographically flat, then what am I doing?
I would say you're using CGI.
Fair enough. Do you want to watch me do it live? I can do it live right now if you want. It's pretty cool.
Well,
Pretty fun.
in your own words, you said, if I'm not mistaken, you gotta transvert the data to make it match your proposed claim of what the Earth is supposed to be in your mind? At
No,
least that's
so
what
like
it sounds like it.
I have to. So I get the images from the satellite,
Yes.
from a like a file transfer protocol server. You know, a shitty little like Windows XP running server that the government seems to not be able to update. So I'm venting, and the images are like stretched and warped because it's like taking the satellite's like taking an image of like near the North Pole, and on the globe model it's like stretched out and it's not like perfectly like flat on, like direct, you know. It's at an angle is what I'm trying to say. And I have to like fix that to align them into a 2D like image. And I do that using a coordinate system because then I can have the direct. Sorry?
Could be so many reasons for the distortion, right? Sorry for interrupting, but you know,
That's
like
right.
it is very hard to specifically nail down the reason for why you're doing what you're doing, especially if I'm not familiar with it. You know, I haven't done
Yeah,
it.
let me see it live for you. It's pretty fun, pretty cool. But yeah, I use a program called QGIS, which is like an open source program, and I have to like get the images. I use like get a shape file, which is like the cutout of the region I want to like make a topology map of, and then I have to convert it from the projected image, so like what the camera's seeing, whether it's at an angle or head on, and then use that coordinate system to fix any like stretching or irregularities to make the images line up. But like, would you say that they're like?
As far as I know, what this, huh?
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, as far as I know, what when it comes to satellite imagery, the mostly is distorted because it takes like chunks of small little like cutouts, and then later on the software is like a puzzle stitching it together. So the question would be then, if it's just small little pieces that are later on stitched together, where the distortion actually happens. Is it from the capturing, or is it from maybe the program that has been written to, you know, make it look like something that might.
Oh no! So the images I'm pulling down are the raw images. So they're the individual like squares, and then I get like 22 terabytes of like a bunch of squares. Most of them are just sort of like yeah.
Are you sure?
I have to like leave it running. Yeah.
Terabytes.
I have to leave it.
Do you have like a server at home?
Yeah, file transfer protocol server. It's like a torrent sort of thing, kind of. But I download all the like squares. I get the shape file, which is the so for example, I want Olympus Mons. It has like the cutout for Olympus Mons, and then I use the coordinate system to align all of those squares.
How do you download 26 terabytes? Like, even if you have like a, I mean that takes ages.
Yeah, it takes all night. I have a gigabit internet, but it still takes like all day. But it's so fun. I don't know. The images are like super sharp, like crazy.
Who provides these files?
A bunch of different agencies. So like, if I want ones of Mars, I would go to, can't remember. Some German or European like agency that recently launched a probe to Mars because they have like the most up to date like technology on the satellite, so it's like better images and stuff, whatever.
Of course, the Germans.
Is it ESA? ESA? European Space Agency?
They're a subsidiary of European Space Agency. If you type in Mars DEM, which is Digital Elevation Map, and then it's there's the United States Geological Survey, which gives you 200 meter resolution. So this is quite a low resolution, but it's wide. And you can see even just from that one image, it's 11 gigabytes. But like the images I use are like a 1 single meter resolution, and then I get like thousands upon thousands of grids, and then I like stitch them together like a
So
crazy
without
maniac on the computer.
so without going like extremely off the topic, but I'm really curious. Have you seen the latest spacewalk made by SpaceX?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, what do you think about that?
Um,
Was that fulfilling your expectations? Because I mean, you probably believe in space and all that stuff, right?
I mean, I don't really find spacewalks interesting, you know. Maybe okay, yeah. If it was like the ISS, there's something to look at, and it's like they're actually doing stuff. But like, it's just like a ramp and like a tiny capsule, and they're just kind of like floating around in a rigid suit, and they look kind of weird. It's not really like interesting, I guess. But it kind of did
It's real lame,
match
right?
what
Very
I.
boring.
Yeah, it's just kind of boring. And he wasn't even there for that long.
Testing the spacesuits, right? These new spacesuits that SpaceX has.
Yeah, they look kind of stiff, not gonna lie. They look nice, but I don't know how comfortable they are.
Well, they had like 5 psi in them, right? So it's pushing out. So they look like
Yeah.
little balloons. They look like they farted in their suit.
Yeah. And they're like,
that's what
I
it
don't know
is,
why,
right?
but for some reason they had like none of them decide to move their legs. They're all just kind of like bobbing about, like weirdly. And I'm like, can you not move your legs? Like, are your legs like stiff? Like, what's wrong with the suit? It's very
It's pretty
strange.
strange, right? It's almost like backwards a bit, you know.
Almost,
I mean, it
almost like a
was moving,
spade.
moving less. It was moving less than the Russian cosmonaut that was the first guy to had a stop motion film of him done.
I think
I mean, a
fake would be
spacewalk.
much more interesting if it were fake. I would make it way more exciting than what they showed.
Yeah, it was kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie. The camera was
But
like
if you make it
blurry.
more
The sun was in
exciting,
the lens, and it was like low resolution. And it was like the guy just stood on a ledge and then just like went back in. I don't know. I was like, oh,
that's something I can get down to. That's actually something I wouldn't have expected from you to say, because some globers don't even say stuff like that. But yeah, I agree. It was kind of unspectacular, and also the timing. Like, why don't do it in the sunlight where you can see much more detail of the Earth and the astronaut? So like, it was
Oh no,
kind of
dude,
strange.
that's on purpose, Clay. That's on purpose. You don't want to be in direct sunlight like that. Not gonna be nice.
Okay.
I think what they wanted is like for you to be able to see the Earth in the background, so they did it with the camera facing the sun. But it was just so bright. It was like glary, and like it just looked like someone smudged the lens. It was not very pretty. But like after watching like SpaceX's re-entry and like Boeing Starliner's re-entry and stuff, my expectations are really high now. Like,
Well,
if you were to ask me
say,
before,
like, why is it that they never do like just one guy having a GoPro and then
they do.
You know,
Yeah, hold on. Calming knows it's real because he's so bored by it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad to listen to him just rationalize this whole thing. FYI. Keep it up,
So
though.
what I would have done as SpaceX, I would have gotten like a cheap China selfie stick and like a mount for a GoPro, and you don't even need the new GoPro. I mean, you can get one from like 2018 with 4K resolution, or like 2K or whatnot, or even full HD, and just do a raw video. And then when you came back, which I think they already came back, they splashed down like yesterday or something, I think.
Probably,
just
yeah.
upload the whole journey like in raw, you know, like I mean with these types of internet that we have
I don't know
today,
about that. It's a
Must have
lot of
been
data.
done. Oh,
Do you
right.
mean
Yeah.
when you say raw? Do you mean just like
Yeah, just like the
uncompressed?
SD card of the GoPro, and you just unload it
Oh,
to the internet, like no cuts, nothing. I mean, there's nothing
th-
to
th-
hide,
that's
right?
that's not like raw. That's just like uncompressed. But like I thought you meant like raw, as in
Wouldn't
like
that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool? Like just like how it
yeah.
turns on and off that thing, and just the raw image, and with like full resolution, like not this cheap,
That would be.
blurry, milky image from live streams that just don't seem to be right all the time.
Have you seen the Starliner re-entry video?
The Starliner re-entry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
think I saw that, but it was also
saved like
not really
stream
crisp.
the full re-entry from start to finish, and it's like 4K. You get like full sound, and it looks sick.
I saw
That
that,
is
yeah.
exciting to me. Some guy bobbing up and down on a ledge. Yeah.
I think for me it would be more exciting to have someone holding a GoPro and then like making like a full 360 with the the back the purest black. But that hasn't even been done with the ISS. They have never done it like a 360, just pointing the camera into the blackness, darkness of space.
I think like the GoPro thing would be cool. I think there is obviously a risk of if you like let go or you like drop it or something and it just floats away. Maybe I know that the suits did have cameras on them, so there was like the point of view of the actual like astronaut going in and out and stuff. Maybe like a camera
There is a
attached
video
to
like this. I think
yeah,
there is one that from the mounted camera.
yeah.
Mounted.
But it's not like a GoPro. It's still like it's in the helmet, like attached. So there's no like risk
Probably,
of
yeah.
him losing
It
it.
has a very,
It's
it
just
has a very
strange
high
that
standard of evidence.
just strange
He'll
that
never
we
be
just
satisfied.
well, no, not really. It's just strange that we never get like good image quality, like raw
We
imagery.
do. There's no one like I don't know. They have a. I think there's multiple factors like bandwidth constraints, management just not realizing that people just want to see cool, like really crisp pictures, and like I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. We had like some really good footage from the Curiosity rover or Perseverance. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Perseverance. We had like full recordings of the crane maneuver and like the full landing sequence. We had sound.
It just bored everyone to death, though. So you just shelved it.
That shit was interesting. That one was interesting. But like people just bobbing about stiff, not interesting. If it was outside the ISS and they were like jumping and like
People, yeah. I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you. Calming. Sounds like just the customer.
Yeah, I'll send the Starliner thing. Let me find that.
We should change the topic because people are getting emotional.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's comical. It's comical to hear him so calmly talk about this stuff as if it's real. Yeah, send us all your Voltron cartoons, bro.
Bro, like I'm not old. I don't watch Voltron.
Bro,
Doesn't
Voltron
matter.
is old.
Yeah, what you're actually doing is you just said it yourself a few minutes ago. You take the raw data and then you plaster it onto a model of the globe. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the only way it will align.
Yeah, that's so you're begging the question.
What do you mean? There's no question that he's asking what I
you're
do.
assuming it's a globe, so you put the raw data on a globe. That's the thing that's in question is the globe.
No. So the images don't unless they're projected onto a globe.
Yeah, you project it onto a model which you don't have any verification or validation with.
Maybe I feel like maybe you're not you misunderstood like
No,
what I do.
I understood it perfectly. You said exactly what you do. You take the raw data and then you put it through parameters which makes it be a globe.
No. I put it through parameters to make the images and the squares line up.
To fit to a globe. Yeah, we know.
But like, even if I didn't put it to a globe, if I just put it, I don't know, through some advanced like system that could align like certain features of an image, like maybe there's like a border which could be like slightly green, and use some like AI like image processing stuff to like align stuff.
Yeah, we're not talking about if this, if that. We're not talking about if this or that. We're talking about what you actually said you do. We know what you do. You put the raw data onto a sphere.
It has to be.
You need to back off. People are
So
getting
stop
emotional.
talking about fantasies. If you had a virtual reality, we're not talking about that. We're talking about what you actually said you do. We know what you do. You do the same thing as they do in NASA with CGI. They take the raw data and they put it on a globe.
So you think like, so wait, you don't even think satellites are real though? So like, where do you think the data's coming
Nobody
from?
said that. Nobody said that satellites are not real.
Do you think satellites are real?
I think there's things above us. Yeah, in the air. Yeah, of course there are things above us in the air with technology on it. There's satelloons. There's satellites. Yeah, of course there is. Nobody here said there wasn't.
And even
So when I get the raw data from the satellite,
yeah, but the thing is, they're not orbiting around a globe though. That's the problem. They're all above us, and they use elevation angles from the horizontal for all of their locations.
Where'd you get that information?
Yeah, where do you get your information? So you don't know how satellites work.
Oh my!
How did they get their locations?
I'm gonna send you the date, like the actual.
How did they get the locations?
Data file from the satellite right now.
How did they get this? How did they get the locations on the ground of where their satellites are up above us?
Coordinate systems.
Yeah, coordinate system. They get it with elevation angles using the horizontal as their datum reference.
No.
Yeah, the same way we got our latitude with elevation angles from Polaris.
Interesting.
Yeah, you have to have a horizontal for that, not a curvizontal.
What? So this is what, like, when the satellite makes part. Oh, it's a TIFF. I don't know if this will work, but nope, it didn't. Okay, let me convert the image real quick. Ooh, this is like the tracks of when they're doing the digital elevation maps. So you can see they're like all over the place, and it's just like a load of crap. Save as. Let's do PNG. Or JPEG. JPEG's better. Okay, here we are. And then I will send the metadata file. These are all like, you can do this yourself. Like, there's no like paywall or anything behind this.
But dude, we don't need to debunk satellites, what they are, how they fly, how high they are. We don't need to debunk any of that stuff.
I know.
Because we can.
It's
All we
just
need
something
to
to
do is
talk about, I
debunk.
guess. Like,
All we need to do is. Why are you talking over me, bro? Let me finish. What we need to do is debunk the vacuum of space, the claimed medium with it's in. We don't need to worry about begging the question with satellites and stuff and how high they are. So yeah, prove
You don't
gas
wanna
pressure next to a vacuum. Gas pressure
you
next
just
to a
want to
vacuum,
skip
dude.
over like all the actual details of everything and then just like jump to a conclusion.
No. I don't want to beg. I'm not begging the question with you, dude. And the others can if they want, but I'm not begging the question. You need to prove space is real before you assume it. Yep. So you just talk about satellites and I saw a video of this dude in the satellite, and yeah, you need to the medium what they're in is a violation of natural law, bro. Yeah.
Interesting analysis of basic
It
science,
is
I guess.
interesting, dude. Sorry?
bro moaning right now? Who's moaning?
So you got a vacuum chamber, right?
Hold on
And
for
you
a second,
open it.
Daz.
What happens?
Calming, can you hear Daz? Yes or no?
It might have muted me.
I can hear Daz. Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Thanks, dude.
Daz, do you want to repeat?
So the medium of space of a vacuum next to. But I was going to
Bro,
say,
who's moaning?
if you open a vacuum chamber, what happens to the vacuum?
When you open a vacuum chamber,
Yeah,
what happens to the vacuum? Where
happens
is
to
the
the
vacuum chamber?
Just sit there.
Is it where? Where is it?
Where?
Yeah.
In a
I don't know.
building.
Yeah,
In a building?
vacuum chamber.
At
Do you know what a
sea
vacuum
level?
chamber?
Like, okay, so in an atmosphere.
Do you know what a vacuum chamber is, dude?
Yeah, but you never described this situation where the atmosphere. Bro, he's moaning. He's actually right. If you're opening a vacuum chamber in a building, I'm presuming you're talking about a building on Earth, then air will rush into the vacuum chamber and fill the space and fill the volume.
Yeah, we're also their buildings.
God. No, it's just a vacuum. You know what a vacuum chamber is, yeah? You seen one on
I just answered your question.
YouTube? So if you open the vacuum chamber, what happens to the vacuum? Does it just sit there?
Did you not hear my answer?
I didn't hear your answer, dude.
Okay. My answer was that the surrounding atmospheric contents would be rushing into the vacuum,
Right.
the vacuum chamber, to fill the volume until the pressure is equalized inside and outside the vacuum chamber.
Exactly. So how do you have a big vacuum of space next to gas without it filling it?
Because the Earth's atmosphere acts as its own system.
Does it?
Yeah.
Gas doesn't hold gas.
Is there an example though, like of
gas pressure needing a container? Yeah.
No. I mean, like, no. Is there an example of a vacuum, right? Like you're talking about, like, and they're saying that the atmosphere. Like, so is there an example besides the atmosphere of that happening? Can that be recreated anywhere else?
Well, where can a vacuum be recreated, or an atmosphere?
Okay, so where gas and a vacuum can exist side by side without a barrier. Is there an example besides what's trying to be proven right now being space on your end? Can it be tested and repeated the way science is supposed to work?
Can a gas and a vacuum be next to each other without a container? Is that what you're asking me?
Yo, if the Earth is flat, then
without a
why am I
barrier.
digging balls round? Why is there such thing as basketball, not basket flat? Why is there football, not foot flat? Why is there soccer?
Have you not heard of flat feet? Like, my feet are curved.
All those
That
things
should
he
let you
said.
know
All
really
those
well,
things
Paul.
all those things he said were containers. Thank you.
Well, the Earth's own system acts as a container because of gravity.
Yeah, okay.
Gravity
Show us the
pulls back.
demonstration. Show us the demonstration then of gravity maintaining gas pressure within, let's say, 1 cubic meter of gas with no container being held to attain gas pressure in that cubic meter with
So if
the assistance of gravity alone. Go ahead.
So if I fill a fish tank, which has an open top, so it's not a
fish
closed system.
tank is a container. Thank you very much. So where are you
It's
going
not
with
a
this?
closed container, is it?
Yeah, you're not going to hold in gas pressure with an open top, are you?
Well, if I fill it with bromine gas, the bromine gas will settle to the bottom of the fish tank, and it
Because
won't
it's in the container.
diffuse everywhere in a a violent, explosive fashion. It would just settle, wouldn't it?
Show us gas pressure then show us gas pressure inside of a fish tank with no top. Show us that.
Sure, I'll do that.
Yeah. You don't. Yeah.
'Cause you
Yeah.
can, you can pour bromine gas, right? Like you can pour it.
Yeah. What happens
Yeah,
to the
but
gas?
there's
It
no
goes down.
pressure in that fish tank though. When you pour that gas in there, that's what he's getting at. That gas is not under pressure when it gets in that fish tank.
Yeah, it is. Everything's
No,
under
it,
pressure.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Then show us the demonstration with the actual gas pressure being measured inside of a fish tank with no top. Show us that demonstration.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm a bit lost.
If you really
Okay,
All right,
here you are.
everybody take a step back and think about what was just said, especially if you're the one who said it. Think about it before you continue. If you believe there is pressure in the atmosphere at all, right, then just simply having a fish tank sitting anywhere on the earth, you could put a measurement device inside it and measure the ambient atmosphere pressure. This is a
Your
very
mic is a
easy
bit low.
demonstration. This is a very easy demonstration, right?
You're cutting out.
I think he's using his phone in the car. But yeah, the thing you demonstrated, Calm, is already begging the question.
You use that
Because
word way
you-
too much. Begging
Not
of
me.
question.
It's the first time I did it. But like you used the thing that doesn't contain. But you use the container to
Open fish tank in
furthermore
chat.
underline. Yeah, but anyways, the Earth is not an open fish tank, okay? In your paradigm, in the heliocentric paradigm, it's not an open fish tank.
Example in the
No-
chat. Gas
not
pressure in
even
an open
close.
fish tank.
Yeah, but the Earth, bro, the Earth is not an open fish tank. Do you agree?
This is a
In your
demonstration
paradigm,
of pressure. This is a demonstration of pressure in an open environment.
is the Earth equal in the heliocentric model to 4 glasses of wall creating a container? Is that equal to the ball floating in the vacuum of space? Is that an equal representation?
Sort of.
Huh?
Sort of.
How?
So if it's a sphere, then the gas that being held to the sphere by the gravity is basically causing its own warp. So the sideways movement is like it's its own container.
Causing its own wall.
It's
What?
not glass, but it's there. It's
What the heck?
It's a barrier to itself essentially because
You
of the
must-
gravitational pull of the
So you must be
spherical
trolling.
No,
With
you're
all
just
the
No, he's not,
but you
he's not
must be
trolling, dude. No, he's not trolling. This is the only coherent way he can make a claim in his worldview. It's very consistent with his nonsense worldview, all right? So it's not
Yeah,
trolling.
this conversation was nice, but now it's kind of just turned into like recycled same points that we
Well,
always talk about.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if this guy is like trolling or not. That's what I'm saying.
He wasn't trolling, so move on. Get to the crux of the argument and stop talking about the people, for goodness sakes.
Sorry.
And the next person who doesn't talk about the content of the argument, I'm just going to yeet. Capiche?
Comprende ese.
Yeah, the argument is false because there's no vacuum in space. It has a pressure. So what we have is a pressure gradient from the atmospheric pressure on Earth all the way up to 10 to the negative 17 torr in space. And the only way you can get a gradient of pressure that doesn't equalize is if you have a force causing that pressure. And the force that we have seems to be mass attracting mass, or in this case, the bending and warping of space-time, because we've tested the theory of relativity. That is causing an inertial vector for all gas particles towards the center of the Earth.
Correction, towards the center of mass. But anyway, so who's going to rebut him? Who's got a rebuttal? Let's go. Rebuttal time. Step up to the plate.
I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't listening. I was researching the bromine thing.
What the? Well, I think you're on his team. I think you're on his team, so we need somebody from the opposing side
I'm not a flat earther.
to rebut.
Yeah, you're a glober, so is the other guy. Yeah, I'll rebut that. There's a gradient of gas pressure. Yeah, a gradient of gas pressure is actually part of a gas pressure system, and the antecedent to a gas pressure system is containment.
Any contained gas pressure system will equalize. The gas pressure system we have is not equalized. It is a gradient, and that gradient goes from the closer it is to the mass, the further it is to the mass, getting weaker. So there's nothing saying that the necessary antecedent of a gas pressure system can only be containment. It could also be a force that works on all the particles in that gas system, giving them an inertial vector. That's how things like blowers work. They have physical force pushing particles into particles, causing higher pressure coming out of a blower vac.
Yeah, but you screwed up in the first sentence. You said if gas is contained, it necessarily will equalize. Well, that's not true in your own paradigm. Because in your paradigm, you imagine that if you created a structure that contained gas that was 7 miles high and 5 miles wide, that there'd be a pressure gradient from your gravity in there. So your sentence was wrong in the first instance, so I would recommend correcting it.
Yes, that pressure gradient would have the necessary antecedent of gravity. So congratulations. You can't have that pressure gradient without gravity.
Yeah, you don't have the antecedent of gravity in the first place, so you can't claim it until it's proven.
Well, actually, we have the necessary antecedent of knowing that there's works on all mass and is inversely proportional from the distance from the largest center of mass to all those mass particles. That's just observable reality. It's natural law. And since then, we've called it gravity, and then we've tested to see if relativity is true, and it's actually bending and warping space-time. We've done this with atomic clocks. We've done it through observations of deflections of light, and we've done it with things like Cavendish. So, we have tested this many times.
Yeah, but so in other words, you're claiming all sorts of different things, including you're mixing Newtonian with Einsteinian, and you're claiming the non-experiment of Cavendish, which is not an experiment.
So
and
what is
then
it then?
I want to go back to what you said, because what you said about pressure system, you're saying that it would equalize. Do you think Earth is a system that is static?
No, but it has a clear gradation. So you can have dynamics, but there will still be on average the same pressure for each section of that gradient, and that's just fundamentally true.
False. Where do you think the gases are created on Earth?
What does that have to do with what I just said? Could you link
Yeah, it
those
has
two?
to do with the dynamic system of gases on Earth. That's what it has to do with.
Could you link the two things I said, please?
You said, basically, not having said it, but you're saying that in a system that the gases would equalize, so there'd be no gradient. That's only in a static system.
No, in a dynamic system, there would still be an average pressure that would exist from the bottom. It'd only be once gravity is
The Battlefield was just released.
That gradient.
Wait.
Yeah, we have 4.7 psi at sea level. There's 14.7 psi at sea level.
And?
Yeah, and that's pretty regular.
Yeah. So what I said to you was, if it was in a container, you would have an average at the bottom and an average at the top, and they would be very, very similar. You don't have that on Earth. As far up as we can go, there's a big difference between, the
Your
top
problem
of
is that container is at the exact same
Everest
temperature, whereas the air is
and sea
never
level when it
at
comes
the
to
exact
pressure.
same
And
temperature.
that gradient changes is if there's weather systems. Sorry, who was talking halfway through my sentence?
That was me telling you that
Great.
standard
You
temperature
can
and
talk now.
pressure apply to the atmosphere.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Well, if they're different temperatures, they will be different pressures.
But is the average fairly close for all points on the surface of the Earth, sea level?
You're also assuming there's enough air to fill the entire container.
At which point you would just have a much
molecule of
lower
air
pressure. You wouldn't
in
have
a
a gradient.
container, where's it going to be?
At which
No, that's
point
not what
you wouldn't
standard
have
temperature and
you would have
standard
a great.
pressure are for.
Yes, it
It's
is.
for having repeatability of experiments.
It applies to the physics of how gases work.
No, it's to apply so you can compare results of different tests from different experiments.
No. It's so
by
they
having
can
the
tell
same
what the physical
variables.
properties of gas are.
Did you look at the Wikipedia that you sent?
I did.
Because it just
They
doesn't say
use-
that.
They use standard temperature and pressure so they can do whatever measurements they want to do. But if you apply it to in general, if you cool a gas, it will shrink.
No, this doesn't apply to. Oh my god, this is so that you can compare the results of different experiments. Because if you have different variables that you're not measuring, then you can't compare apples and oranges. But like if I'm like culturing cells and I'm comparing two different antibiotics, I need to have the same substrate, and I need to have like the same like temperature and things like that. That's what the standard temperature and pressure is about.
Yes, I just want to
in
know.
industry and commerce, the standard conditions for temperature and pressure are often necessary for expressing the volumes and gases in liquids and related quantities such as volumetric flow. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so I just want to know why you think that there would be a gradient going from the bottom of a container to the top of a container if there was no gravity, and what the temperature has to do with things. Because we have Sahara Desert really, really hot, and it still has that average 14 psi, and then you have the Arctic very, very cold. It still has the average. So I don't see how any of that would stop there being a very average, 14 psi at sea level, and then you go up really, really high, and that average is a lot lower, and that continues as a gradient up higher, and you can match the gradient between sea level and the top of Everest. I just want to know what anything you've said gets away from these averages that are a lot closer than the differences with heights.
And if you go into the ocean, is there differences in pressure from being at the surface of the ocean or being at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, the closer you get to the center of the Earth, the more pressure there is, and that works in the ocean as well. The gradient continues with water. But you notice how you're not really answering the thing that I keep asking you? So if we were in a container with no gravity, it would be...
0 Kelvin, what pressure will it exert?
You can't do that.
You can't get to 0
You
Kelvin.
can't do it, but it has an effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything that I've spoken about so far? You have the average pressure at the Arctic and the Sahara are going to be much more similar than the difference between, say, the Sahara and the top of Everest or the Arctic and the top of Everest.
Yeah, but the temperatures change in those areas too.
Yes, there can be multiple forces acting on the same thing at the same time, but why does that matter? If it was true we were in a container, then there would just be the difference of temperature. But the top of Everest, really, 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 really cold, extremely low pressure. The Arctic, very, 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 very cold, close to 14 psi, close to normal sea level pressure.
It's a good point, actually.
And so that debunks the container thing, especially because we don't actually live next to a vacuum and because it's a gradient that has been measured all the way out to the low pressure of space. And the necessary antecedent for a gradient of pressure is for some force to be involved. And this force has an inverse square law. It is not magnetism. It's not static electricity. It can't be those things because otherwise ferrous materials would float or be the heaviest all of a sudden. And then you'd have things like materials that hold charge would either float or stick to the earth. Like a balloon would fly down to the earth suddenly because it's suddenly a lot heavier because suddenly it's gained more charge. So there has to be this extra force. And when we looked into it, we did the experiments, we found that there's bending and warping of space-time consistent with Einstein's relativity. And the funny thing is, never brought up Newton or anything to do with Newton, but someone still said I was equivocating with Newton. So I think we're done here. You guys are just going to be, up steady spaghetti that I beat you.
All right, bye. See you later.
Okay, see you, dude.
So I have a response to what he said, or
Yeah, he ran away. He didn't want to hear a response.
he's still here?
He adjudicated.
I'm still here. I'm still listening.
Anything inside his worldview now is.
I'm still listening, Prick. Just address what I said. Don't address the person. Address
exactly what you said. That
address the topic.
He
not
predicted
the person.
if globe, everything would be something icky spaghetti or whatever. So there's really no point in talking to him. He's already adjudicated everything you're going to say before you even said it.
Yeah, can't address the topic. He's got to talk about me and my personality traits because he can't address the topic. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic as usual.
Have you got any rebuttals, I guess, to the electrostatic and magnetic claims made by flat earthers?
Like who?
As to
who's that?
The cause of what we call gravity.
Who's that?
Who made that?
Yeah, this is called shadow boxing, where you start boxing against someone who isn't even in the room.
What?
They're not even here. No one here in this room is making the claim you said they made. You're shadow boxing. You know what that means? The shadow box?
Have you got a rebuttal to his points?
Yeah, he's already got a baked in conclusion. It doesn't matter what you say. You could just say nothing at all, and he's already taken his booby prize and ran off with it.
Have you got anything to go against?
Yeah, exactly that.
Or...
When someone is in a psychotic break with reality, you don't need to push them. Just offer them some kindness and see if they come around at some point.
Or you gotta have something, I guess, to say. It's okay if you don't. Fine.
No, I mean, he made some statements. He didn't support the statements. What is there to rebut?
And then said anything that someone says against what he said is like icky spaghetti. So why would I waste my breath on somebody who's A, not listening, B, already has a front-loaded conclusion, C, is arguing against someone who isn't even in the room? There's no one here who said anything about electrostatics is the definition of gravity. Go talk to
I'm saying it now. I'm saying it now then.
Go talk to ether people.
Do you think those are good explanatory factors for what other people call gravity?
Just define what is gravity. What is that? The bending and warping of space and time? The bending and warping. Okay. Can I see that? Can you demonstrate that?
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah.
Or did you not hear
what you're
said?
talking about?
No, that's not what my question was. I've asked you 7 times.
What
now.
is the words you're using? Define them. You said gravity. You said electrostatics. You said people don't give you explanations.
What you think static charge is a good alternative to describe what?
He didn't say that. Why are you strawmanning him? He didn't even say that.
I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, you said, do you think static charge, blah, blah, blah. He didn't say anything about static charge. You brought it up.
No one in
So?
the room is going to take that position. And I
So
told
is that
you
a
where
no?
to go. I told you where to go find those people. See, you didn't listen to the first thing I said. If
Are you
someone
saying
doesn't
no?
if someone doesn't do what does no one mean? No one.
You're not
Your
listening to
shadow,
him. He's asking a simple
you're
question. You're saying no
shadow
to that question.
boxing
Can we move on,
against someone who's
please?
not even in the room. If you want to talk to electrostatic people, go
This is
to
projection.
their server and talk to them.
Okay, what do you think is
No
what do you
one
believe
here
is
is
the
taking that
alternative to
position.
gravity?
What is gravity? Define it.
You're gonna answer the question or not?
Define the words you're using. What do you mean when you say the word
We've
gravity?
done this. Curvature of space and time.
Okay, can you show me that?
But like, what do you?
Show me
What
the
is
space
your
and time you're talking
answer
about?
as an
Show me this
alternative?
curved space and time you're talking
Are you
about.
gonna answer a simple question?
You gotta
Well, it's not
define
hard.
the words you're using.
I just did.
Okay.
You're gonna answer
He's
it
asking you to demonstrate it. Why will you not demonstrate it for him?
because he needs to answer a simple question.
He's asking you for the thing that you claimed, and you're not doing it.
No, answer my question first, and then I'll go into depth about whatever you want.
Yes. This is how we'll do
So
it.
you don't actually have the demonstration, do you?
Well, it's easy because he needs an answer. So therefore, use any answer you need for any purpose
Okay,
you
what's
need
your
it for.
the last time I'm gonna
Then,
ask, and then
once you've
I don't
denied
like the
your
tone of
own
this, like
answer,
how this
then
debate is
you'll
going. So I'm
have
probably gonna worry,
egg on your
but
face because you won't be
yeah,
able
I'm
to
gonna
get
ask
to
you
the
one more time.
conclusion even when you have egg on your face. So get to
What's
your point.
your alternative to gravity under your
What
world?
is space gravity? What are you talking about?
Falsification is, you know,
So what does it even mean? What are you talking about? What's gravity? What is that?
You have short-term memory.
Yeah, you said bending and warping in space and time. Let's see that.
You gonna answer the question last time?
Okay, same answer then. Same
Okay,
question,
yeah.
same answer. Exactly the same question, exactly the same answer. So now let's go. Let's produce the goods. Where's that? Where's the space and time you got bending? This bending and warping of space and time. Let's see it.
He bolted.
Yeah, that's what everyone knew. That's what he was working up to. If you don't take this position against me, which I have a pre-written script, then I'm just going to run away.
Yeah, I ran away.
Bye.
As a matter of fact, they both ran away.
Dogs will do that too when he gets a chance to squawk and run.
Pretty sad. So that's all you have to do is ask them to verify or define the words they're even using, and they can't do it.
Yeah, just what you just used a word. What did that word mean for you? It meant the warping of time and space. Okay, sure. Can you define what you mean by time and space? No, I can't. Why not? Because I won't answer your question. Okay, since I won't answer your question, I authorize you to make up any answer you want. Should be easy to do. You're already in make-believe land. You've already gone into cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm telling you to keep doing what you're doing right now. Exactly what you're doing. Don't change a thing. Just keep it up and keep saying the dumbest, most retarded shit over and over and over. And I'm going to sit back here and just listen to you ramble on about bendy gas in the vacuum and all kinds of crazy shit. So just go right ahead. Oh, you ran away. Huh.
The little tiny footsteps running away. That's the next sound we heard.
Yeah, I think these people live in their imaginary world, and they don't actually experience anything that ever happens around them.
Yeah, the shadow boxing part was the most amazing, though. Yeah, they're talking about something nobody in here claims.
That wasn't what was happening.
Yeah, it was. About the electrostatics, that's not what was happening? Are you going to tell me that straight-faced, that that's not what was happening?
So what was happening is that, yes, they did ask that question, but no, they weren't implying that anyone had said it. It's just that it is a well-known alternative because of the similarities at different scales. And so he simply just needed an answer to the question, and no would have been suffice, but you took it as an assault, and so...
I said no one. Not only me, but not a single person in this room is going to advocate for that. And he still couldn't use that. Had no clue what that meant. Couldn't find a way to even use that answer. Therefore, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for.
Yeah,
Just make it up.
Yeah, even though replacement is independent of falsification. So he's asking for a replacement. Why didn't he just stick around to find out we don't have a replacement for your fairy tale that you don't have any proof of? Why didn't you stick around for that answer?
Because you were never going to give that answer.
Okay, are you going to white knight for him now?
Then why ask? Why ask? You know there isn't an answer. Even though I said not a single person will give you a yes to that answer. Not one person will say yes in here. You're shadow boxing.
What I said,
And you still can't figure that out. You could go through a poll, every single person on the channel. No, 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 no. Not a single person will say yes to the person. And you still can't use it to get to no. Or you didn't answer. Therefore, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. You're already making up complete fabrications, complete delusions that people aren't answering your question. Therefore, just do that. Keep doing that. Keep making up answers until you get to the answer you can finally use to make the point you think you're trying to make, which will be no point, as shown that he just ran away.
Yeah, he ran away a few minutes ago. He ran away as soon as you were started talking again. He ran away. Little tiny footsteps running away because they have no answer to what was, like what they're questioned about.
I've decided that I'm going to call Eyeless Thin 3 Jesus or whatever his name is. He's just going to be Sleep Talker from now on because it seems like he's always just fresh up from a nap or he's been sleeping. So it's just going to be Sleep Talker from now on.
Oh, he came back.
Hey, Sleep Talker's back. So Sleep Talker, maybe you can help out. Is gravity the bending and warping of space-time?
it would seem that way.
Perfect. So you can demonstrate, you can show me space-time bending and warping, yes?
I could do my best to try to describe what I understand.
No, not describe. I want you to demonstrate it. That's what gravity is.
I can't demonstrate it, but I can.
Okay, so then why is this claim being made about this space-time when no one can demonstrate it?
Because it's a very good approximation for an axiom that might allow us to continue the conversation somewhat.
So an approximation of nothing being demonstrated. That sounds reasonable, don't you think?
Of why things fall to the ground.
What things fall to the ground? Like gas that moves freely and randomly in all directions?
So gas, yes, it is affected by gravity, but it's also constantly...
It is. Okay, so can you show that to me? Can you demonstrate that to me, please?
I You know this can't be demonstrated. This is the frustration. Like,
Well, why would you make the claim if you can't demonstrate the thing that you're claiming?
fine, herder, funny, haha. It can't be demonstrated. It can be described.
Okay, so why would you describe something that can't be demonstrated?
To try to advance conversation to something a bit more interesting.
No one's here really kind of worried about the conversation. We just want to see the demonstrations of the things that you're claiming.
Well, then you're going to be stupid forever.
Why would we be stupid if you're the one that's trying to claim things that can't be demonstrated?
It's not so much that there's a claim, it's that there is a useful approximation.
About nothing.
Based on what? What is the approximation based on?
Based on the fact that things happen.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, dude!
A pedestrian was injured by a speeding car coming down the road when they were jaywalking. Things like that happening.
Yes, the physics of gravity would describe.
Oh shit! How in the hell does it have anything to do with gravity? Ridiculous.
What do you mean?
Sonny, did you hear that? He said physics. Great. So we're talking about something physical. Hold on a second, sleep talker. I'm talking to Sonny. Just a second. Sonny, did you hear that? He said the physics of gravity. So that means that there's something physical that we can point to as far as gravity is concerned. Excellent. So can you point me to this physical gravity?
If you pick up something off of your desk and then drop it, let go of it, it will fall.
So a helium balloon?
And what does that have to do with gravity?
Well, this is what gravity is. It's just this reason.
Gravity is you picking stuff up and dropping it?
No, gravity is the effect of the things when you let go.
Oh, it's an effect, so it's not a cause. So this is not physics or science.
Yeah, so what's the cause?
The cause seems to be that there is a large mass. That is the
Oh. So you're talking about mass attracting mass then? Is that correct?
Not exactly, no.
No, not exactly.
No.
Could you get exact about it then?
I could describe it as precisely
I would.
humanity seems
I
to
would say.
understand it, and we can use it to advance our civilization and
No,
thought processes.
Hey, dude.
Okay,
The cause is gravity. The effect is falling. That's the cause and effect.
Okay. So then in an experiment, we can take this gravity and isolate it as the cause, yes?
You can't do a gravity experiment on.
Oh, there's no experiments for gravity. Okay, my bad. But we're calling it a cause, but we haven't isolated it as a cause. So it's a cause, but you can't actually isolate it, right?
Only laterally can you do an experiment on gravity, because Earth's gravity will overcome any experiment on a vertical axis.
Okay.
It's supposed to have a vertical. It's supposed to be a downward vertically function.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
what's
a
the
vertical
problem?
axis. The vertical axis, up down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Great.
why
So
did you say it can only be demonstrated laterally?
Because laterally, Earth's gravity doesn't affect something going like left to right. It's only an up-down effect. It's not a left to right effect.
What the
Okay, Earth's gravity doesn't pull things left to right. It pulls things down on a vertical axis.
So then not left to right, not laterally then?
No, Earth's gravity does not pull things laterally. It pulls things.
Okay, so what are you talking about laterally then? So this isn't gravity you're talking about. It's something that's going laterally then.
Okay, so let me just present something real quick then. I have a sphere Earth, and then there's something off to the left side of it. That would be lateral pull. So it doesn't affect anything off to the side of your ball?
If it's pulling to the center of Earth's, like into the core, like it pulls toward the core, that's up down.
Whoa. What core is this?
It's not
Hold on,
up down if it's off to the left side of your ball, is it?
Left side is a matter of perspective. Like you're saying left
shit.
what? Left
You guys
to a different point, like a different vantage.
Yeah, you said up down. So up down is up down, not left to right.
Yes, up, down,
Anyway.
any point that you could be on the sphere.
So this experiment, can we get the naturally observed phenomena that we're trying to test for here, and then we can have the hypothesis after that.
Let go of something.
Or maybe no. Yeah, so is that naturally occurring? You picking stuff up and then moving it around, or is that caused by man?
Let go of it. The fact that it goes down is what's naturally occurring.
Well, it wasn't going down until you moved it, right?
No, it wasn't going down until you let go of it. You don't apply any force.
No, it wasn't going down at all. It was just sitting on the table. You picked it up, you moved it from its state of equilibrium. Yeah, after the fact that you removed it from its state of equilibrium, this is all man-made.
Should have gone.
Sorry. Once you let go of it, it's natural that it goes down.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to be choppy for a second. It'll clear back up soon.
Get back to us when it's cleared up, man.
Okay, so the naturally observed phenomena is pen falling down. Can you show me that, other than you picking it up and then dropping it again?
Missing the point, dude. So you there's a pen on the desk. Okay, you pick up the pen. You now have the pen, and you move it upwards. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
okay.
So what causes? Yes. So let me. Ask
You're
you
doing
guys
this.
a
You're
question.
doing this. No. Wait. Let me finish the.
We've heard you, man. You don't need to tell you this
No,
like
you're
5,000 times.
comprehending
We
it.
already know what you're talking about.
Comprehending it.
So here's
So
the important bit. Yeah, here's the important bit that you're trying to get to, right? The effect that we all see is the pen dropping. We know that, but we're asking you what gives it the propensity to move downward in the medium of air. What is it that causes that pen to give you that effect?
Gravity.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
where is that?
Hold on, sir. What's that word that you just used? What does it mean to you?
It just
Define
describes
gravity.
the phenomena of things going down, things with
That is
mass
the
generally
that is
going
the effect.
downwards.
That is the effect,
More
sir.
mass
That
than
is the
other things.
effect. That is the
Okay.
effect. Now give us the cause for the effect. I asked you. What gives
You
things the
didn't. You asked
propensity, the
if you've
cause?
got a gravity pen.
What gives you the cause for the thing to go down?
A large mass in space.
A large mass in space, but we're talking about a pen.
Yes. The large
Right.
mass that we are on is Earth, and it
Yeah?
causes gravity.
It causes gravity.
The
So,
No.
so-
It causes the gravity to manifest.
yeah, so you're saying that because of the size of something, the size of something causes something else to do something else. The size of something. Yes?
Yeah, sure, that works.
Okay,
in
so
many,
do you have
many instances.
do you have a scientific experiment that can prove this
Prove
theory of
what
yours?
exactly? Prove
That's
what?
the size of something causes something else to do what you said.
Yeah, okay. It's a very good example for exactly what you said. If you have a box, okay, a large enough box to fit a beach ball and a football, okay, and you try to put two beach balls in, the first beach ball's size is causing the other beach ball to not fit in that box.
All right, that's not gravity though.
That's what you asked. That's
not
what
gravity.
you asked.
That's not gravity. No, I
No,
didn't
that's not
ask you to
gravity,
tell me
but that
about beach
answers
balls.
what you asked.
I didn't tell you.
said the
I
size
did not
of
tell you to
something
tell me to try to
will
put two
affect
beach
the
balls
size of something
in a
else.
box. Do you have diarrhea of the mouth? I'm asking for something very specific. If you're talking about the size of something causing something else to do something, then I want a scientific validation of the theory that you have. Where can we point to in academia
Listen to what you
that
said.
what
You
you're
said the size of
saying
something
true?
causing.
I think the biggest problem I have with the flat Earth theory is you
I'm
guys
not
can't.
talking to you. Not talking to you. I'm talking to the gentleman who says that the size of something causes other things to happen.
Yes.
Now, I need his scientific
Can I
validation
answer?
for that to be
We get it.
true. No.
Yes, you've asked the question.
Like, you guys got to be able to summarize your point
I'm
in
asking,
one page.
shut up.
Can I answer?
Shut up. I'm asking
So
the
are
guy
you-
right now to give me the
Can I-
answer.
Okay, can I give you the answer?
The scientific validation, yes.
Yes.
What is the
okay, so
scientific validation?
I just want to clarify. Is your question? Can you show me how the size of something affects something else?
You just told me that's the case, isn't it?
Yeah, but no, I'm literally just asking. Please, dude, please bear with me. Is that literally your question?
Yes, that's what you
Okay,
said
so
gravity
you're,
is.
okay, yeah, no, but dude, your question is very broad. So you're asking me, does the size of something affect something else?
Yes, that's
Is that
what
the
I'm asking.
entirety of your question? Okay, so the size of a beach ball
Scientific
in a box
validation.
big. So the size
In
of a beach
regards
ball
to
in a
gravity,
box big
ILS.
enough. Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay, do you want an
Right.
answer about gravity?
Is
Because
this
I
is
need
this
that
a
in the
validation?
question.
Yeah, is this the validation for gravitational attraction?
No, this is an answer to your
Scientific.
literal
All right.
question. How does the
I
size of
want
something affect something else?
no. I told you this before. I need scientific validation of the gravity theory, which you
Okay,
say
this is a
is,
different question.
which you say, no, it's not. It's been the
This is an
question.
entirely different question.
You said the size of something affects something else due to the fact that it's attracting it. So
Okay,
how
dude.
can we have? So now, how can we have a scientific validation of your idea of what gravity is? Where is it posted in academia so we can look at it? Go on.
I don't have an academic reference.
Okay, then why are you talking out of your ass? Because you're just making shit up right now and making everybody listen to you ramble about something you are just making up on the spot. Are we going to
No.
do that? Listen to you talk about something you have no validation for?
So nothing's real until
Scientifically.
science discovers
No,
it.
I didn't ask that. I didn't
You're
ask that.
appealing to science here. I
I
thought you
did.
guys
Yeah, I'm
hated that.
appealing to science because you think that it has a fundamental root
No,
in
I didn't say
science,
that.
and it does not.
I never said this. You're the
We're
one
listening.
asking for the
Yeah, we're
specific
listening to an internet bobblehead talk about something he has no knowledge on, especially scientific the idea for gravitational theory. You don't even know what that is, much let alone tell us what you
Well
think
done
gravity
reframing it.
could
Yes, I'm
do
not an
because of
academic.
the
I
size of
know that.
something.
I was just willing to describe, and all I was doing, somebody else asked me, was just describe what I thought gravity was. That was it.
Yeah. So what? Who cares? We
Oh,
can
that was the
ask the village
question, dude.
idiot. We can ask the village idiot what he thinks of gravity, and if he doesn't
Fine,
have any
fine.
scientific theory to back it up, then obviously he doesn't know what he's talking about, like you.
That's nonsense, man.
No, I think what you're saying is nonsense, and I'm asking you to provide evidence, substantiate the claim that you're talking about
I'm trying
gravity.
to do that.
I don't think so, sir. Not in academia. You're not, because there's no way you can
Because
validate.
you guys
There's no
don't
way you can
stand for
validate the
academia.
nonsense that you said.
NASA produces academic
Yes,
answers
then
to
go
these
ahead,
things.
sir. Sir,
You
find
don't
a
believe
source.
NASA, so it's pointless me doing that.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I asked for something very specific. You did not provide. Now you're saying there is scientific proof that NASA is doing something.
For fuck's sake, this
Yeah,
conflation is
provide it.
insane. This is insane.
I'm asking for you to provide the evidence that you're not doing right now.
I'm just trying to substantiate a simple answer.
No,
for
you're
someone
not.
else's
You want us.
question,
You
and
want
then
to be
you're
on this
piping
call.
up being this
You want to be
fucking
on this, sir.
sanctimonious
Sir,
academic.
you want to be.
Nobody
Listen.
cares,
Listen
dude.
to this. Listen to
Alright,
this. You want to
I
be on
don't
this
care.
call.
You win. You
All right. I know I win because you don't have evidence. I win. You lose. So it's very simple. Once you produce the evidence, then you have a leg to stand on. But as it is right now, you want to talk nonsense and have everybody listen to you for, I don't know, what is it, 30 minutes to an hour? About how you think you're going to tell everybody what gravity is, when in all actuality, you don't have no evidence to back up the nonsense you're talking about. So what are we going to do about that? Well, we're going to ask somebody else. Is there any scientific validation for the theory of gravity? What gives things the propensity to go down if you think it's been validated by science? Yeah? Just that simple. Yeah, I win because you don't have no validation. That don't taste good, does it? To talk nonsense and then after all this time, somebody questions you, go ahead and produce the evidence, and you don't got any. Now what? Where do we go from here?
Let's move on to another caller. Can you hear me, guys? Yeah. Something is happening, right? With the reason things fall when we let go.
All right. Yeah. So go
But
ahead and
something's happening.
the same question, Rick. Same
Yeah.
question goes to you. Can you
Yeah, man.
validate the cause of something going down scientifically?
I'm sure.
Go on.
I'm sure I could.
I'm sure you can.
But,
I have confidence in you. So go ahead and try.
So you're asking for like an experiment
A cause
that is famous,
that
like
validates the cause.
that has been like peer-reviewed experiment,
Yeah,
cause and
listen,
effect.
Rick,
Yeah.
it's simple. There's a cause and
Okay.
effect relationship according to the idea that if we see a phenomena, there would have to be a cause that precedes that, right? So, what is the
Yeah.
cause validation scientifically for gravity? Things going down. What is the cause
Yeah.
validation?
So he was saying size. He was incorrect. It's not size.
I'm not worried. I'm not
Yeah.
worried about what he's saying. I'm not
Yeah.
concerned about Joe Blow and
Yeah.
Sally Sixpack. I'm concerned about
Okay.
what you're saying.
Yeah. So
What are
saying
you
size,
saying?
he said size. I was just referencing his own question.
I'm not worried
Oh.
about you. You're an afterthought right now. Go ahead, Rick.
Oh yeah. It's okay. So I know you've heard of the Cavendish experiment, right? Where
Heard of it? Yes.
yeah,
But it's not an
yeah,
experiment. But go on.
oh, isn't it? I thought it was. I thought
No.
it was like
No, it's not.
like they had a
No, it's not.
hypothesis
No,
and they
let
tested it.
Jedi explain if he's here.
Okay.
Why
Yeah,
is it
yeah.
not an experiment?
Why is
Yeah, why is it not?
You should
an
begin by
experiment?
pulling up the paper and reading the title of it.
Well, yeah.
I'm be more than happy, man. Like I've got all the time. Like I've got 3 days off coming up. I'm just driving to work right now.
Good.
But dude,
Same here.
I'm totally. I'm an open book to you guys if you want to like unpack
Right.
it
So
with me. Like, but yeah, man.
So
Of course.
yeah. So the Cavendish is not an experiment. Number one, because
Okay.
there was no naturally observed phenomena that occurred. So natural science is not what the Cavendish is. It's just some guy trying to think about an idea that he had of what he could propose on. You have to actually read the paper, but it has nothing to do with mass attracting mass. It's
All
not
right.
that.
I will read it. I
Guaranteed.
will
What's
definitely.
it about then?
Sure. This is the problem. You guys don't know.
No, you're making the claim that it's not about
I
mass. So
am
what is
making
it
the claim.
about?
I'm making the claim.
What's
but
the title of the
problem.
paper?
Here's the problem. Yeah, you need to go look at the paper because I think none of you have done that.
I'm reading
So
the
go
paper
look at
right
the
now
paper.
in front of me.
Great. What's the title?
What is it?
Sorry, you're cutting out.
What is
What's
the
the
title of the paper?
Let me find it for you.
Holy shit.
Great.
Cavendish experiment.
I'm looking at it right now.
Do you want the original or like the method, like the original one?
The original.
Begin with the title.
The title of the
1798.
paper. The title of the paper, dude. That's what they're asking for.
Let me get that for you.
Should be at the top of the
Excellent.
page, usually.
Well, yeah, there's the Cavendish experiment from 2001, Massachusetts
Oh my
Institute
God.
of Technology Physics
That's not.
Department.
Oh, no.
That's not
You
it.
want the original?
Cavendish
So I've got-
died in 2001, right?
Okay, I've got the original here. Experiments to determine the density of the Earth. Henry Cavendish, 1st of January 1798.
All right.
Uh-huh.
So reading that, can you tell me how it talks about mass attracting mass? Anybody?
Sure.
Cavendish, mass attracting mass?
Yep. Give me a sec.
Because
Give
in the
you a sec.
paper,
You
he
just
has
read the title. You
in the
just read
paper,
it.
he has to determine big G in order to get the density.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you, Euclidean. Yeah, we're talking to these new guys.
Yeah, because when you can lie to the new guys all you want. I get it.
Yeah, you just want to throw your body into the gears as you usually do. That's your usual. Because you got nothing else but
Poison the well.
What was your question for me?
The grenade. You want to jump on the grenade. That's all you do.
Do you want to repeat your question for me?
So, if you're saying that mass attracts mass, and you say Cavendish has done an experiment, and you've started to give the title for the paper, does the title read "Mass Attracting Mass," proven by Henry Cavendish?
The title doesn't, but have you read the paper?
Yeah, dude. So it's important to note that if the title is not giving you a description of what the people are actually coming in here to claim that he's done, then what's the problem here? I think we have a communication
See,
problem.
the very first few lines of the paper, if you actually read it, says, many years ago, the late Reverend John Michael of this society contrived a method for determining the density of the earth by rendering sensible the attraction of small quantities of matter. But as he was engaged in other pursuits, he did not complete the apparatus till a short time before his death. It did not live to make any experiments with it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
apparatus
so it's
is
not an
very simple.
experiment. It's
It
not an
is.
experiment.
The paper is Henry Cavendish doing the experiment. But if you read it, you would know that.
Right? They've got
We
the
got a
proof, they got the
communication
model, they just don't have the
Unless you
time to
just
complete it.
have you read the paper?
Yeah.
I read
Is
it
this a
when I was in
scientific
the
experiment
7th
or a
grade
colloquial
high school.
experiment?
This is a scientific experiment, and it's from the Royal Society of London in 1798.
Yeah, it's not an experiment.
Excellent. What's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable is, let's see.
Let's see if there's the hypothesis contained.
Well, I got to read the paper, don't I?
Yeah, you do. And not being snarky, dude. I'm just saying we would have to have the hypothesis, wouldn't we? If it's scientific.
So experiment 1, August 5th, weights in midway position, page 480.
That a hypothesis will contain
Variable.
dependent and independent variables.
Yeah. Would you say you need a naturally occurring phenomenon if this is natural science?
So the dependent variable, there seems to be a few.
He's not
There's,
answering. I think you need to answer the question that was just stated to you.
I'm answering
You
the
need
question
an
that you asked me before.
Sure, I know, but it doesn't seem like you're able to keep up because number one, you haven't read the paper.
You want the
and
answers
asking
to what the dependent variables were or not?
You're asking us if we've read the paper and you haven't done so. And now we're asking you, is this a naturally observed phenomenon?
No, before that you asked me what the dependent variables were.
Oh, you're
and I'm
just
about
gonna
to tell
you're just gonna run over what I'm saying because you don't want to answer. You're running
I
away
will
from
answer whatever you want later. Just let me finish and answer this
It's
question.
not about later. It really isn't about later. It's really about you addressing the situation as it is. If you don't know,
You don't care about actual answers, do you?
yeah, I do
You just want to
actually.
like run
I
your
do
mouth
care
and then,
about
like,
the answers, but if the person engaging doesn't understand the material, I think the person should go back and say, you know
you
what, I
read
haven't
the
read.
experiment ever.
Let me go back.
You've never seen it
You know what
before.
you should do? Let me give you a little advice. You should go back and read the paper, and then once done, you can come back and then tell us what you've learned. You can't do it now in the
Would you
middle
like me to
of
tell you what the paper says?
no.
Would you like
We
the
want you to
dependent
go.
Give you a
variables?
list of questions that you can take with you as you read the paper.
It's simple. You
Do
don't.
you
You're
want,
not. You're
do
not
you want the
equipped.
answer to your questions or not?
Okay. No. We want you to go look at the paper, come back, and then you're more informed to give us information that we were going to ask you
Well,
for.
would you like the answers? I have the answers right now.
No,
I
you
would like to
don't.
hear the answer.
You
I would
really
like to hear
don't.
the answer, please.
No, he doesn't
Please
have
give
the
me
answer.
I would love to hear very much the answer.
He does not have the answer right now. He's only shooting
Let
from
him
the hip
talk.
because he's heard something provocative.
Alpha, let him talk. I want to hear the answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
Who's that? Who's telling me to let him talk? What is that? No, he hasn't read the paper. He should go back and read the paper and then come back and talk to us. He's just going to be filled with non-answers.
What's your first question?
You
What do you
don't
wanna
have
know?
the answer to the question. One's question was, is this a naturally occurring phenomena that Cavendish has observed?
Yes.
Where? Where in nature did he observe this?
What is that
Where?
noise? So, where in nature, or like the location which he did the
Where in
experiment?
nature did he observe the dependent variable for his
The
hypothesis
experiment was
test?
conducted at the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London.
You know that's not what he asked you. Try
Oh
again.
my God.
I don't know what he's asking me, to be completely honest.
Where
Is
in,
the
where
naturally
in nature?
observed phenomenon?
Where
Where
is
in
the
nature did
phenomena
Cavendish?
observed?
Where in
You guys
nature?
are loading
Where
up
in?
this
Yeah.
universe
Where
with
was it?
3 questions. Go one question at a time. They're getting inundated with questions. Let them go one at a time.
Inundated with questions. We're only asking one.
Okay, so this
I would count
observation.
at 3.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so this phenomena is observed everywhere.
Where
That would be
specifically? Everywhere is
everywhere.
vague. Specifically where?
Everywhere. That's just how
No,
it
you need
is.
to. No,
Sorry,
no.
sorry. That's
No.
very ambiguous. We need the phenomena. That would be the observation of something happening. We're asking you, in the physical and natural world, what is happening?
Yeah, that's a different question. But
No.
So he's not answering.
No.
Yeah.
The dependent variable is the phenomena.
Are you asking me what the dependent variable is again? After you, bruh, do you want the dependent variable or not?
Dude, it's the same fucking thing. The phenomena is.
So you want the dependent variable?
The phenomena is dependent
Yes,
variable.
the variable, please. I've been waiting forever.
Okay. So he's looking at the oscillation time between the masses moving as they
Right.
move closer and closer together.
That is correct.
I'm going to stop you right there. So that is what's happening within the experiment. We haven't got to the experimental stage.
No,
We're
you
still
asked me
building- Dude, excuse me, dude. I'm trying to help you. All right? You're pointing out the thing within the experiment. We haven't got to the experimental stage yet. We're still formulating the hypothesis. The first part is to observe in the physical and natural world something happening. What is that dependent variable?
So if we haven't got to that stage, why are you asking me what the dependent variable is?
Because the dependent variable, hold tight. Because the dependent variable is the first step of creating our hypothesis. The experiment is the test of the hypothesis. We're on step 1. Experiment is step 3. So step 1, in the natural world, we make an observation, the phenomena, the thing happening. We'll call that the dependent variable. Within the papers that Cavendish has written, what is the observation in the physical natural world?
The variation in oscillation. That's the dependent
Of
variable.
what? Of what?
So, that's in the experiment, dude. I don't want to have to repeat this again. That's step 3. We haven't got to the experiment yet. We're still formulating the hypothesis. So, in the physical and natural world, what question is he trying to answer? What is he observed happening? I'll give you a fucking clue. Newton observed an apple fall from the tree.
The question is, what is the density of the Earth?
No. Oh my
No.
god, dude.
Out of the fucking woodwork, all these guys. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, like like you're trying to focus on one guy and everybody's just throwing their body into gears. You got Euclidean, you got Embo, fucking who else?
This channel filled up quickly.
Jedi's correct. You need an incidence of something. Example of an incidence, something happening. Triggers the hypothesis. And the hypothesis triggers an experiment. So,
like, if these experiments are so good, right, and they're so basic in the way they've
Jesus.
described,
Can we get him
why
to
did
answer,
you-
man? We're really wanting him to answer the question. We don't need like 5 people giving an explanation to it's frustrating. We're wanting him to realize he doesn't have the answer, but when everybody starts jumping in, he's gonna get lost in the weeds and move out the back door. Right now he's holding his feet to the fire. So Jedi has him in a place where he wants them.
I'm not gonna lie. There's so many people jumping in. I don't even know what.
See? Read the
you're gonna have
room,
to repeat it
gentlemen.
one more time.
Read the room. When Jedi's taking it, read the room. He's
I don't
taking
care
the point.
who's who and who's a Jedi, who's not. Like whatever.
Hey, that's me. Dude. I'm the one that's trying to help you at the moment.
Yeah, repeat the question.
Yeah, cool. What's the dependent variable? Don't give me the oscillation inside the experiment. The
You don't want the
dependent variable.
dependent variable of the experiment. What do you want the dependent variable of?
The dependent variable is literally a term that is exclusive to an experiment.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
If you don't want it of an experiment, then what do you want it of?
Dude, I gave you the answer. Newton observed an apple fall from the tree.
That's another experiment.
No, dude. He didn't even fucking do an experiment, dude. I'm trying to point out that the question we're trying to answer is why do things go down? So the observed phenomena would be, in Newton's case, the apple fell from the tree. This is the phenomena that we're trying to make a prediction.
Newton conducted experiments. I don't know where you got the idea that Newton doesn't do experiments. He's a literal scientist. That's what he does for a living.
Excuse me. I've been really, really fucking patient with you. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not going to talk through you if we have a decent conversation. But if you talk through me, one, you're not going to understand. Two, you're going to piss me off, and I don't want you to piss me off.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
care.
you're a reasonable
Newton
person.
conducted an experiment, and what you're referring to is the experiments that Newton conducted. So
No. All right. First step of the scientific method, natural science, is to observe something in the physical and natural world that we want to make a prediction of. This will be a hypothesis. A hypothesis will contain the prediction of what caused the phenomena to happen. We then test that hypothesis within the experiment. We're just very simply asking, what's the naturally observed phenomena? It's going to be the dependent variable. We're going to formulate a hypothesis around it. What is it?
So the dependent variable for the phenomena of gravity would be the acceleration of a mass downwards.
Bingo. Thank you. We got there eventually. So shit goes down. Yeah?
Sure.
Good. I'm glad we got there. Does anybody else want to take over, or do you want me to take the whole thing?
Well,
Go ahead.
I just wanted
Carry
to
on.
point out that is this what Henry Cavendish was referring to when he did his quote unquote experiment?
Well, let's look through his paper for the hypothesis and see what he says. Don't want to lose my patience with you, dude, but it's taken 10, 15 minutes just
Nah,
to
I
get.
don't give a fuck about your meta shit. Just
Bye
get to
then,
it.
dude. Fuck off then. You've lost all my fucking respect. What
Yeah,
the
I
hell?
don't care. Who cares?
Right, bye.
Get to it. Come on,
Bye.
make it snappy.
We
No,
do.
you
No,
don't
we don't
treat
need
me
to
like
make
that,
shit
man.
nothing.
Get to
You
it.
didn't have the answer. You didn't have the
No
answer
one cares.
for any of the things that was asked to you. You
No
had to
one
be
cares.
spoon
Get
fed.
to
You
it.
had to be spoon fed. We do. We care. You had to be spoon fed everything
Get
that was
to
given
it.
to you.
Okay,
And
do you want me
even
to
when
read
we
out the
did that,
hypothesis for you?
shut
Because you're not
up.
getting to it. You're just kind of
Shut
like
up.
methering right now.
No, actually, we're proving the point that all of you numbskulls don't have the answers to substantiate the claim whether or not this has been proven scientifically. The theory of gravity, which the previous idiot didn't have an understanding of. So now we're down 3 idiots. We got another one who is just jumping in here saying that Cavendish is an experiment and just found out he doesn't know shit. So yeah, it's important. We're doing this so that the whole world can see how idiotic this whole thing is. So I guess we're done with that guy. I don't know if you want to go to one of these other fools.
Emotional damage.
My word. Every time you pin them down, man, there's like 4 or 5 freaking globe heads that can't contain themselves.
Well, my question, right, is if these experiments are simple and repeatable and easy, why aren't they just ongoing? You know, why can't we all have one in our living room?
I don't even know. I just, what?
Like the Coriolis effect. Yeah, that's something that everybody could do, but doesn't actually prove jack.
I know, but the people asking the question, yeah, they're starting off on a derivative understanding. Cavendish is, or not Cavendish, Coriolis is the spin of the Earth or the effect of deflection, but yet they can't even understand that you'd have to have first established that the Earth is in motion, spinning on its axis. They haven't even done that. So the premise is still not even understood. Yet they're already jumping to the fact that it's after the fact. Okay, so the Earth is spinning. Now we have Coriolis. Coriolis is a derivative argument. It's
What
not
I'm saying is
affirming
that
whether or not they know that the Earth is spinning.
that at least goes as far as observable phenomena. You know what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't. Because the first observable phenomena should be the Earth spinning. And then they can talk about whether or not Coriolis is affecting this by the spin.
Well,
so the naturally observed phenomena of an Earth spin should be the very first thing you go to. You don't start with Coriolis. That's stupid. If you want to talk to somebody, a day one glober, you don't start with Coriolis. That's an idiotic way to have an argument with somebody about something they already think is going on.
So are the objects accelerating in Cavendish? Yes or no?
That's not the point. You missed
Yes
the
or
argument,
no?
didn't you?
Yes or no?
What was the question?
Are the objects accelerating towards each other in Cavendish? Yes or no?
There's an oscillation of the torsion bar, the twist of the wire, right?
So towards, away, sometimes not at all because it doesn't do jack shit. You never know.
Now you get
yeah.
the same result pretty much every time. You try to
No.
isolate every variable possible.
Show it.
It's been repeated. It's been repeated with Christmas tree ornaments hanging on a freaking wooden dowel rod.
All you have to do is type in Cavendish on YouTube. There's
Yeah, like what's the mass of a Christmas tree ornament?
the variable that you can manipulate there is the distance between the objects. Right?
So not gravity. So
gravitational
not
field.
not an experiment
That's
showing gravity as causation for anything. So we can just chuck this in the bin.
Do you even know how Cavendish works?
Yeah, you just told me that it works by manipulating distance.
Yeah, there's two objects accelerating towards each other. You're isolating the cause of gravity.
So how do they isolate the assumed Coriolis effect from Cavendish? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, are you denying that the balls are accelerating towards each other?
You'd have to show that because sometimes they go away from each other. Sometimes, they're oscillating overall, and sometimes towards, sometimes away. Sometimes it doesn't
That
even
doesn't
work.
change the cause of it accelerating towards each other because sometimes it moves away.
Well, you think the cause is apparently distance. So what the hell is that?
Yeah, we don't care about the cause because you just told us it was distance, yet it was
Because
supposed
you
to
don't
be
care about
gravity.
science. You don't care
No,
about cause 'cause you don't care about
if
anything.
if you cut me off, then you don't have to listen to the rebuttal, so that makes your life easier. But the cause was supposed to be gravity if we were asking you for an experiment for gravity, but it's not, so we can just throw this out because it's not what we asked for.
Cause it's supposedly mass attracting.
Supposedly, was it manipulated?
Yeah, mass attracting mass is due to the approximate distance from the center of mass. So when you manipulate the distance from the center of mass, that's a dependent variable.
So distance causes.
I know it makes sense. You can deny it all you want. I don't really.
No, I'm asking you about it. So distance causes.
I got to mute up though. Sorry, that's all.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question about distance. That I wouldn't.
I do have a like something that I'm confused over, like that I don't quite understand about gravity concept, right? And I'm a glober, so but
join the
club. We've got Earth, a giant mass which is supposed to attract other objects toward it with gravity. This effect called gravity, right? Why the hell is the moon not being pulled into Earth? Like, why do we have a moon? How the hell is it just suspended at distance from Earth and not coming toward Earth? Like,
Bit of
like,
a sidebar. We're not done with Cavendish yet.
yeah, I know.
So he's
But still.
arguing really quick though on Cavendish. He's arguing for mass attracting mass, which is over 100 years out of date in his pseudoscience paradigm, where it would actually be the bending and warping of space-time that would have to be the cause of what the balls are doing. So he's arguing against his own paradigm. He's defeated himself once again.
And he ran away as well.
Well, mass causes the bending and warping, so you've just stopped at one step instead of going slightly further, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's something wrong with it. He's arguing the wrong pseudoscience, undermining his own paradigm.
He stopped one step before the bending and warping of space-time. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not a step. You don't use Newtonian if it's bending and warping of space-time. It's not a step
So
towards
the reason
Einstein.
it's a step.
It's just out-of-date, superseded nonsense for the Glober.
The reason it's a step is that you can have the observed phenomena and then the cause of the observed phenomena. What we've done is we've stopped at the observed phenomenon, which is mass attracting mass,
No, you
without
didn't.
getting into the cause of
No,
the
it's
observed
not.
phenomena, which is the bending and warping of space-time.
Wrong. It's not the observed phenomenon. The observed phenomenon was torsion bar twist, and he said the cause was mass attracting mass, which is the wrong cause in the Einsteinian pseudoscience heliocentrist worldview.
So when you set up an experiment, if you have a specific outcome that's tied to your cause, the prediction of the cause, then if you validate that outcome, using your experiment, you've validated the cause. So the mass attracting mass is the cause for the torsion bar twisting in that experiment. And since you've validated the torsion bar twisting, then you've validated.
This is just nonsense, because a minute ago you said mass attracting mass was the observed phenomenon. Now you're telling me it's the cause. I've already told you it can't be the cause for a heliocentrist, because that would be Einstein bending warping of space-time. Is there somebody new so we don't have to listen to this asshole waste everybody's time? I guess not. I guess you can continue to do that until we get somebody who's not in here doing that all the time.
So you're scared of talking to me? I've brutalized you guys over gravity a second
All right,
ago.
now
You're
chant
scared of me now.
victory. Eat your words, then chant victory.
No. I brutalized you guys on the whole pressure gradient. You need a container for
And
pressure
let's
thing.
get this
So
straight. You did that by talking nonsense. That really makes a lot of sense.
what nonsense did I talk?
Gravity is the only reason
You guys
why.
can't even remember, can you?
Gravity is the only reason why you can have a gradient. That's what you said earlier. That's fucking
No,
stupid.
so I said a force is the only way.
Yeah, so I provided 3 citations that demonstrated that temperature causes gradient. Both vertical.
Do you remember when
No, we're not going to go, do you remember? I'm just pointing out that what you said earlier, I'm going to point out that the reason why you have a gradient is because of temperature.
No, I disproved that, Jedi.
No, you said it's gravity. It's not. It's
No, I
temperature.
disproved that it could be temperature. If it was temperature, the top of Everest would have a similar pressure to the Arctic, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I provided 3 citations, one from the NOAA. It talks about the temperature differential from the radiated surface of the Earth, given it to it by the sun. There are 2 gradients, one's vertical, one's horizontal, away from the equator. There's also a pressure change dependent on whether it's daytime or nighttime. The 14.7 psi is just an average, dude.
Yeah, I addressed that. I said that you have an average at sea level, and then you have a completely different average at altitude, and that you can have changes through temperature, but those changes aren't going to explain the vertical pressure gradient. You can have multiple forces acting on something at the same time, but that doesn't explain the vertical pressure gradient. It can't, because Everest has much lower pressure than the Arctic.
Again? Dumb fuck. Would you like me to cite it again?
Why are you using ad hominems now? What does your citation disprove out of what I just said?
Because you are.
What does your citation disprove for what I just said?
Because you're talking about, well, the top of Everest and Antarctica. I can demonstrate that you're just using faulty reasoning, going against your own model.
Well, go ahead, demonstrate it. Tell me what about my reasoning is incorrect. You can have a pressure gradient that's caused by gravity, and you can also have that impacted by temperature. But if temperature was the cause for the vertical pressure gradient, then
no, not listening.
Are you upset, Jedi?
No, because
are you upset that I beat you guys with gravity?
You just keep talking, you stupid idiot. You just keep talking.
Yeah,
this is
and you're scared of talking to me.
No, this
you're
is
scared of talking to me, Jedi.
Jedi,
do you remember when
scared. Fuck off. This is you funding muting me, dude. You don't like me demonstrating that you're incorrect with citations from the NOAA. Gravity is not the reason why you have a gradient. That's temperature. There are 2 gradients, one's vertical, one's horizontal, and it changes throughout the day, daytime, nighttime. The 14.7 psi is an average. Dumbest fuck in the room.
Jedi, from an unbiased observer, you do sound really scared, to be honest.
I really don't, dude. I just don't like dogs or gods because he just keeps talking and proclaims victory halfway through someone's sentence. And I also don't give a fuck what you have to say. You're an unreasonable man.
Yeah, the guy just says dumb shit, and you counter him and refute all of it, and then he just declares victory and says stupid stuff like he brutalized this chat.
I mean, from an unbiased observer, he won that fair and square.
Okay, all right. What was his winning move?
Let me do it. Let me do it. So, what is the effect on gas when you increase and decrease pressure, temperature?
I'm gonna defer that to my boy Dog. But
Then you're a fucking idiot. Piss off.
Yeah, you're just a cheerleader. Demonstrated. You don't even know how he won. He's just, globe guy saying true globe thing. Can anybody show gravity causing an air pressure gradient using an experiment? Can you guys even figure out what the fuck gravity is before you try to do that? How about just start there, baby steps?
Got this horrible image in my head of Grandpa in some kind of cheerleader with uniform with pom-poms and stuff. I need to get that image out of my head.
Warren Buffett in a tutu with an ice cream.
It's just... Ugh.
Terrified. Can't even figure out what his claim is. He's going to say it's mass attracting mass. He's going to say it's bending warping in space-time. Sometimes he'll have one as the observed phenomenon. Sometimes he'll flip it and make it the cause. He just says shit, and then when it's all stupid and wrong, and you explain how, he just declares victory. Terrifying. Actually, annoying is more like it.
Yeah, when are they going to get it through their thick skulls that Chat Skink is not globe proof?
Maybe the goal is to just be annoying.
So does this mean that the air pressure in the Sahara Desert is much greater than the air pressure at the North Pole?
Yeah, so there's a slight difference with this as well, because we would end up talking about the water content of the atmosphere, which is going to have a massive effect on the amount of pressure. So that's going to be density. Now, this isn't me just pulling things out of my arse. Again, I can cite this from the NOAA with regards to the temperature variations on the Earth. Everyone seems to think it's 14.7 psi all the time. No, it's not. It changes. It fluctuates throughout the day, depending on one, temperature, two, the density and the content of the atmosphere, i.e. the water content. So there's lots of reasons why there's a gradation within our atmosphere. There's two primarily. One's vertical, as in upwards away from the surface of the Earth, and one's horizontal away from the tropical area going towards the North and the South Poles, where it's a lot colder. So there's lots of reasons, but none of them are given for gravity, unless you look into the barometric formula where you find G in there, and that says that gas accelerates down to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared. No one's ever observed this to happen. So it's not me pulling stuff out my arse, it's what your model says. Very simple question that I asked to Grandpa. What happens when you change the temperature of gases, make them hotter, make them colder? What happens? Very simple. If you increase the temperature, gas pressure goes up. Decrease the temperature, gas pressure goes down. It also depends on the content of the atmosphere, i.e. the water in it.
So the Sahara Desert should have a substantially higher pressure than Moscow, Russia, right?
I just looked up McMurdo. Throughout the year, it ranges between 9 and 11 psi.
Don't have to argue with us, dude. You just need to look at your own model.
Yeah, look at my model. I take a look at Miami, Florida, and how it's 100 degrees there today with super high humidity. And it's around the same pressure.
What time of day was that?
Midday.
What time was that? Cool. And was that the same pressure as what was pointed out in McMurdo Station?
No, we can bring up places of equal elevation. So.
Okay, well, we're talking about temperature.
Someone just asked about the North Pole, though.
Yeah.
Cool, we could take a look at the elevation of McMurdo Station. Let's see.
Okay, it's quite high. Oh, is it quite high? I can't remember. It's on the coast.
If it's at the North Pole, it wouldn't be quite
I know,
high.
you can pull a boat up to
South, dude. It's in Antarctica.
Okay, well, why are we
it. You
bringing
can pull
that
a boat up to it.
I said places of equal elevation.
Oh, that's phenomenal, dude.
Yeah.
Does a boat go uphill?
Yeah, if you try hard enough.
I don't understand why these people just can't be honest.
Well, no, what would be the honest thing to do, Jedi, is if you are arguing like that temperature. Hey, if you were being honest, Jedi, if you were going to say that temperature is the. Okay. If you were going to be honest, Jedi. Okay, Jedi. If you were going to be honest, Jedi, you would take two places of equal elevation with different temperatures, and you'd be able to show me, oh, hey, there's a substantial temperature difference, which I don't think you'd be able to do.
There's always high and low pressure systems, dude.
Okay, so let's take a look here. Let me find a coast city in Greenland.
No, I'll tell you what, just demonstrate that gravity causes pressure gradients. We can just leave it at that. If you can demonstrate that, I'll eat my fucking ass.
No, I think that what we would do right now to like completely throw out your bullshit notion that like pressure seems to be like, or sorry, that temperature seems to be like the main cause of the pressure gradient that we see here. Yeah.
Sorry, my bullshit notion's not mine. Yeah. I cited it from the NOAA. Not my model. Yours.
Pressure is like the main cause of the pressure gradient we see? Can you? Sorry, not pressure. I'm sorry, that temperature is the main cause of the gradient that we see?
Not the main cause, but it's most definitely one of them. The other cause is where the gas is produced.
So if I take a look at your source and they say that the pressure gradient is caused by gravity, right? Then what?
Yeah.
Are you just going to cherry pick your own source?
Well, I mean, sources can say anything. They have to substantiate what they say in the source document.
Source. Then I just don't want him to quote from them again, unless he wants to admit that he's cherry picking.
No, I can demonstrate this.
Okay.
You can't demonstrate gravity causing a gradient. You just say it does.
Again, like I'm going to address, if he's going to quote them, he needs to accept what they say in the whole article. Otherwise, he's cherry picking by definition.
Can they demonstrate it though?
Can demonstrate
that temperature has a huge effect on gases. Can you demonstrate that gravity has a huge effect on gases? Can you do that?
I don't think you can demonstrate, Jedi, that like whenever you take a look at like coastal cities.
Oh,
yeah.
My goodness,
yeah, you can't really show me how a coastal city like has any substantial difference in pressure when the temperature is substantially different.
Yeah, he already
pointed out. Is that an observation or a demonstration? Which one is that?
Yeah, Jedi already pointed out that you don't have a demonstration, and you're clearly continuing on with your no demonstration.
Yeah,
I mean, you're giving us an observation in place of a demonstration.
Yeah.
No, Jedi kept asking for a demonstration. Yeah.
So again, if you can't even give me an observation, then like there's no way you could give me a demonstration.
What, of the weather?
Yeah. The air pressure changes throughout the day. Like, hello.
Yeah, because all I would have to point to is like a tank weighing more when you put gas in it.
Yeah, so when the air pressure fluctuates throughout the day, does that mean gravity's fluctuating throughout the day too?
Not necessarily.
Oh, not necessarily. Well, how do you demonstrate gravity doing it?
Yeah, so the key word there that I was saying earlier was substantial, Haystack, but clearly that word was lost upon you, so I'll re-emphasize it.
Substantial. Yeah, why don't you be more vague than say the word substantial? Can you get any more vague?
Yeah, I would think that if temperature would have a difference of like -40 all the way to what was it today in Florida, Miami, like 104, then like that is quite the substantial difference. In fact,
look at McMurdo. The lower bound is 9.5 psi.
Yeah, what is the elevation? What is the elevation?
There's a boat dock for the fourth time. Do you know what I mean by a boat dock?
Yeah, so
do you know what that implies?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Show me on the map.
Do you know what a boat dock implies?
Hey, Numpty, show me where that place is.
Do you know what a boat dock implies?
McMurdo, let's take a look. McMurdo Station. Because they can have a boat dock way down below on a cliffside. Let's take a look at their PS. Oh, look, they're up in the fucking mountains, dipshit. God, you're dumb. Took me a grand total of like 3 seconds to Google this shit.
When you finally figured out that it was in Antarctica, not the Arctic.
Yeah. Once I figured out that it was Antarctica, right? It took me a grand total of like 4 seconds to figure out where it was.
Oh yeah, McMurdo's way up high in the mountains, huh?
No,
it's on the top of the cliff.
I just looked it up. McMurdo's elevation is 33 feet. You're retarded.
Look at
you're retarded,
it's on a fucking cliffside.
Homo, you're retarded, bro.
Look at the side. It's on a fucking cliffside there.
Yeah, there are hills above the boat dock.
Let's see here. McMurdo.
33 feet, a 33 feet mountain. Good job, bro. Really good
Let's
job.
see. I'm reading right
Really
here
good
that
job.
at negative 29, the pressure
You're
was
so retarded, bro.
29.35. I don't know where you're getting like this.
retarded.
I still
You're
don't see where you're getting
retarded.
this.
You don't even know how to use Google. You're
Okay.
retarded.
Take a look here. Hey, Numpty, here's the pressure right there given to you. 29.39 at negative 26 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So I don't know what crack you're smoking if you're coming up with 9 to 11. Because like, I want whatever you're smoking. Must be some really good shit.
Yo, relax, motherfucker.
Well, and apparently Florida and Alaska both had almost the exact same air pressure today.
Yep.
What's
That's
that
really odd. Yeah, Miami, Florida, and let's take a look at another coastal city up there in Greenland. Way up north.
Yeah, McMurdo, 33 feet. That's your mountain. Good job.
Yeah, so again, look at that pressure. Where's that like 9 to 11 psi like you were shitting at your ass?
No, avoid the freaking topic altogether.
Yeah, sure. I might have been wrong about the altitude, but you were definitely wrong about the pressure, dipshit.
Yeah, you still don't have a demonstration of gas pressure being caused by gravity, do you?
Yeah, I just mentioned how you can like throw in gas into a tank and it weighs more. So that kind of
So,
defeats the motion that
in
it
a
goes freely in all.
container.
Yeah,
in a container.
yeah, that's fine, dude. We've shown how it's affected by gravity. What's your point?
Holy crap. You'd have to prove gravity first, bro.
At the very least, it shows a directional influence.
Yeah, it does not.
It does.
No, the gases will go in all directions.
Okay, cool. That means it's
Yeah,
hitting the.
and they
Hey, that
hit
means
the,
hey.
they hit the walls
Yeah,
of the container.
hey. Do you know what that means, dipshit? It means that it's hitting the top of the tank.
What does
just
NASA
as equal.
say?
Hey,
What does
that
NASA
means-
say about gas
hey,
pressure?
That
Why don't we
means
use
it is.
NASA's
That
definition?
means it is hitting the top of the tank just as equally as it's hitting the bottom. Therefore, you would not expect any net force difference. God, you're dense.
Oh God, that really is proving gravity is causing gas pressure, isn't
Yeah,
it? In
it
a
quite literally
container.
does. It quite literally does.
When it's in a container.
Yes, when it's in a container.
Confusing a static
Because
and a dynamic
if
system.
gas
No,
was hitting all sides equally, their net force would be 0. The net force difference would be 0. Like, holy fuck, what do you not understand about this simple fucking physics concept? You ever, like, take a physics course in high school and you, like, calculated out the net force? No? Well, it really shows.
Okay, show us how a physics course in college determines that the Earth is a globe. Do it right now.
Oh, no, I asked you a very specific question. We're going to stick on this one.
See,
I know you're really scared. I know I
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know me at all, bro. Another Glober with no facts to back their claim. None whatsoever.
Yo, can I ask a question? Am I interrupting anything?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so like I'm just trying to figure out, well, one, does the sun actually revolve around Antarctica for 24 hours in certain parts of the year? And also, like, what would be the best explanation for that? Because like I am a flat earther. Like I don't think it's a globe, but if there is evidence that the sun is like basically circling Antarctica, like that's kind of like contrary to
What
like
do you mean when you
the
say that?
biggest.
Do you mean the NLMA path? Is that what you mean?
I don't know. There's a video of like an 8K camera on YouTube, and it's stationed in the South Pole apparently, and it shows like a sun that's like literally like it's on the horizon, and it's doing a full 360 around the camera. So like it's a 24-hour day, which is fine, but like like I don't know, it just doesn't make sense on like the major flat Earth model where the sun is like going out a distance, so half the Earth isn't lit, right? Like that doesn't really make sense if it's fully lit in Antarctica and you can see the sun doing a circle.
Well, you're going off a YouTube video here, is what you've said so far.
I mean, I will say this: it is an
I
8K.
saw a video
It
on
is an 8K
Facebook
video.
yesterday. There's a video of a guy in a boat who goes through a hole in the wall of Antarctica, and he comes out. There's a giant black sun on the other side, but it's clearly just Unreal Engine 5. It's just a really cool video,
Right. I would tell you just to watch the video and come to your own conclusion because it doesn't look. I mean, they must have done an amazing job. That's all I have to say. They did an amazing job.
Absolutely
If it is fake,
insane
it looks
background noise.
surreal. Like it looks absolutely real. With the shadows, everything is just correct.
Except the clouds. The clouds are wrong.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. It was hard to hear you.
Except the clouds. The clouds are wrong.
They are? Really? Okay, see, this is what I'm looking
They
for, bro.
duplicate
Because
the clouds.
really? Okay. Is it the one with the 8K camera?
I'm not certain, but there's definitely one that was done, and someone did a review of it and slowed it down and showed two parts side by side, and the clouds were identical for these two different time periods.
That was
Okay,
actually
perfect.
debunked,
All right.
and it was because the guy created a looping video just because that was a cool thing to do with the footage, but it wasn't the same thing.
Well, here, let me post the specific video in the chat that I'm talking about, and then maybe we can like dive a little deeper into it. Because, like I said, like I think the Earth is flat, but if there is evidence that the sun is somehow circling around Antarctica at least certain times of the year, I mean that just brings into question like, okay, do we change the model now? Because it doesn't like from the model that I have in my head, that just would not possibly make sense at all. Like it just wouldn't work. I'll post the video in the chat. One moment. Let me find it.
What model do we need to change?
Well, okay. I understand that the sun can revolve like near the North Pole and you can see the sun on the horizon doing like a full 360 in the North Pole. That makes sense. But on the South Pole, that wouldn't make sense if it's an ice wall. You know what I mean? Like
Well, who's in here saying that that's the model?
I didn't say that's the model. I just said the model that I have in my head, it would not work. So okay, on the contrary, what model would it work? Is my question, I guess. Because that's really what I'm trying to figure out here. Is like if I'm wrong on the model I have, then how do I like what adjustment needs to be made for this to actually work and be a phenomenon that occurs in reality?
First of all, you go ahead.
Go ahead.
The video is in the chat, by the way. I just posted it.
Yeah, we've all seen that one. Anyway, first of all, you're assuming that you know what the exact circuit of the sun is.
Well, if it can go around the pole.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know the exact circuit or location of the sun. You don't even know if the sun is an exact location or if it's just a focused beam that we're seeing the effects of.
You don't know where it's coming through the frickin' firmament from. It might be completely in a different spot to where we see it apparently. So you know, just Throw all that
I mean,
shit
is
out,
there any
man.
like,
And you're talking
is there any
about the
like,
surface of the Earth.
Basically, dude, what the
You do
problem with your
not
model
know
is, you're
if
thinking
the Earth is
critically,
curving
and that's
from
not allowed.
yeah,
the
I'm just
freaking
trying to like, I'm questioning my own beliefs
sky.
here, basically, because I believe in this stuff. But even I am like, all right, well, I don't know. Like, does the sun just change characteristics for that specific time in December, and then
Like
the
I
rest of the
said,
time it just doesn't change like that.
like I said, you don't know what the effects of you don't even know what the sun is, where it's located, or what its energy source is.
And we should all
So how
stop
are you going to say
thinking about
you
it,
know?
because
How are you
it's
going to say
scary.
you know anything about what it's doing if you don't know what it is or where it
Because
is?
it's observable. That's why we can see where it's at.
Just because it's observable, does that mean it's an exact location?
No.
No. So then you're going to have to logically connect that because you're talking about something up in the
Trying
sky.
to do.
How does something up in the sky, the lights in the sky, determine the condition of the surface?
No, I say.
Well, I'm not saying. The reason why is I would argue that we do have at least some evidence to suggest that we know the patterns of the sun and we can predict these things, right? On a flat Earth model, by the way. I'm not even trying to like argue like, oh, well, we can predict it on a globe model. So I think there is a level of understanding of where the sun is going at a certain time of the year. But this seems like an anomaly, though. Like this it seems unaccounted for, and that's why I'm interested in learning more about it because I don't understand it. If it is actually happening, because a lot of people are just saying, oh well, the video's fake, it doesn't actually happen. And I mean, if that's true, that's true. But if it does happen, then I think that there should be at least some explanation. The explanation shouldn't be, oh, we don't know. That's not really a valid
Okay.
explanation. Like
So
that.
let's just say for the benefit of the doubt that it is happening. How does that determine the floor you're standing on? Logically connect the two.
Well, it doesn't. See, this is why I'm still a flat earther, even with this viewpoint. Like, I still think it's flat. I'm just saying, like, it has to be different than the way I see it for it to work. Like, it has to. I'm not saying it's a globe. It's definitely still flat. But go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be anything other than a flat plane for this to even happen because we don't know anything about the sun. We only know certain things about where its so-called circuit is above us, but we don't know like where its source of energy is coming from, where it's possibly focused through or from somewhere beyond the container. Maybe the container acts like a lens. So it projects the light to a different place. You have no idea. There's no way you're going to ever know that. That doesn't have anything to do with the surface we're walking around on. It really doesn't.
Well, I think it brings into question the like most used flat Earth model. That's all I would say. Given the circuits of the sun, and that most of these flat Earth models have like this is where the sun's going to be, this is how it works, and they can explain the seasons and all of these things. I don't think they can really explain this one, which is, I mean, it confuses me.
Why isn't it not explained?
Well, because if it's an ice wall, then and the sun is moving to the other side of the Earth, right? Or the flat plane. I mean, I'll call it the Earth, I guess. Like it's easier to like just draw it out. Like just imagine an ice wall, and you're on like one little point of that ice wall, and then somehow you're seeing the sun rotate around you, but yet in the complete opposite direction, there's a country that's also receiving sunlight, and the sun is like literally like in the opposite direction of it. Like if you're facing north and you're in Antarctica and the sun is facing south, that's like, I don't know. I'm having a hard time articulating it, but like visually, like if you wrote it down, like it would make more sense.
Basically, everything about the sun, even on a flat Earth, on the North Pole, has a very consistent observational pattern. And if we are to imagine the surface is flat and the south is somehow on the outside of
So
this
that's the problem
ring
right there.
that the sun takes around the North Pole, then how is the sun,
Yeah,
for example, over
So
Australia?
it's because you're creating a version of flat Earth in your head that people here don't accept.
So not the Gleason map, no?
That's a globe.
No.
There it is. You refuse to take a position.
No, it's a globe projection.
No, I refuse to accept your straw man of my position.
Wait,
So
so what
some-
model do you subscribe to then? I'm just curious.
They don't.
Subscribe to a model.
They
We
don't.
don't.
Okay. Well,
We
that's.
don't.
I think that's
refuse
the
to
problem.
think.
We don't subscribe to a model. The model is right outside. So that's why we don't need a model, because reality itself is right there outside your door. That's all we go by. So therefore, we don't need a model. It's
No
outside.
critical thinking here.
I've seen you
These
numpties
guys are
subscribe to a
unfast from
model,
wisdom.
and look how that ended horribly. So why would I make that mistake that you fools continue to make for yourself?
Because obviously we can correct these things and come up with a model that actually works, right? Like, why are we just like not even trying?
Yeah,
Well, go
because
ahead
a
and
model
try
is
it.
a reification. A model is all models are reifications. That's why. And
Right.
why would we need to replace the failed globe model? We don't need a replacement for it. It's already failed.
Yeah, you're the model
Yeah, I
afflicted
understand
one,
that,
so
bro.
you guys come up with a model to replace your failed model. Like, why should we care? It's not our problem.
It isn't fail.
So so there is a level of like I don't know, right?
Of course, if
definitely
you're
a
honest,
level of
you
that.
have to admit you don't know for most things.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, there's definitely a level to that. When you don't subscribe to a model, then you're basically saying, well, I don't know what it looks like fully. It's definitely flat, but I don't know exactly what it looks like, and I can't describe these certain phenomenons that happen, which is
Oh, that's yeah.
okay.
You can't
I mean, I agree with that. Sure.
figure everything. Water's flat. That's true.
Is he lagging for everyone else or just me?
It would be on surface ball.
Yeah, he's right.
Okay. I'll just step up for now.
Yeah, you're lagging really bad, bro. I don't think it's just me. I'm not sure. I hear what you're saying though.
It was breaking up.
There is no problem in admitting you don't know if there is no enough data to support a conclusion. The problem is that when we have enough data to feed a conclusion and we use this conclusion to make predictions in practice, that we use them, and then you use these predictions in practice, but simply dismiss the model from which these predictions come from. Pretend that the model doesn't exist, but still benefit from the predictions. And this is what flat earthers do with the globe.
What models make a prediction? Because I guarantee there's no geometry if you talk about sunrise and sunsets time. No geometry involved in that.
There is absolutely a geometry in that.
No, there isn't. You need to go on timeanddate.com. That's got no geometry in it. It's the equation of time. No geometry there. Same with eclipse models. No geometry involved, apart from a horizontal plane to measure the angles from. But it's just the repeated patterns of things in the sky. No geometry of the Earth being a ball.
So it's just
say
observing
that we've
patterns.
got a model.
You absolutely do need geometry for eclipse patterns to see where the shadow will intersect the globe, the surface. Astronomy Live has recently done a good video about that.
Be on a horizontal plane, but the phenomena up in the sky has got nothing to do with the geometry. That's to do with Saros cycles, repeated patterns over decades, hundreds of years and millennia that can be projected out into the future. It's got nothing to do with a ball that rotates. What you're talking about is something a little bit different, but again, you're going to need a horizontal plane. That's no problem with that. But back to your original assertion that you've got a model, I've pointed out twice that it doesn't need geometry. Day and night cycles, equation of time. No geometry involved. You think you've got a model.
So, like, if you were to...
It requires geometry. You could indeed make just a time equation being a function of latitude telling you how long of a day you would have depending on the season. That would still be in perfect synchronization with the globe, but you could say that this is independent of it because it would create some alternative explanation. But
Your
in
geometry
order,
mod, your geometry model was falsified on the 8th of July, when over 90%, what was it? Over 60% of the Earth's surface was able to view the sun above the horizon. That's a physical impossibility on a sphere that is illuminated at 50%. I posted the video. You might want to scroll up and have a look. Your geometry was bunked in July.
okay, I will take a look at that. But finishing my
Good,
point,
thank you.
right, when you only just to time of day, you also add the information of the angle of the sun in the sky, then you
Angle?
already enter the realm of geometry, because angles are geometry. So you
Cool.
need to calculate in which direction you'll be looking at the sun, how high above the horizon the sun will be.
So that's an angle measurement, which you're going to need a horizontal plane to reference. You've got no ball geometry.
I have.
No, you don't. You've just mentioned the elevation, angle of the sun in the sky. No
So?
ball there.
The angle itself doesn't tell you the ball. It tells you a ball when you add up multiple angles from multiple places at the same time.
Angle?
Because then you can triangulate in which position the sun is, and what is the shape of the surface in relation to it.
So we're going to be using angles and triangles. Okay, please tell me where the ball is.
The ball is in the linear relationship between the distance on the ground and the angle.
The angle, sorry, where's the ball when you measure an angle?
I already said, a feature of a sphere is when there is a linear relationship between the elevation angle and the distance.
You can't get an elevation angle from a sphere, dude.
You can from a tangent plane.
It's not a tangent plane though, dude. Both ground positions have to be on the same horizontal. You said trigonometry, triangulate. Both ground positions need to be on the same horizontal. You won't have that if your tangent plane extends into space. Then your ground positions will not be on the ground. One of them will be, that will be you. The ground position of the object is somewhere out in space on a tangent line you've created with your imagination. Both ground positions need to be on the Earth.
I won't be using this type of trigonometry for this measurement. The surface of the Earth will not be a baseline in the triangle.
And that's a problem for you. The equation of time has no geometry in it, dude.
Will the equation of time tell you in which direction you need to look to see the sun at a given time?
No, that can be mapped out on a flat horizontal plane if you want, but the equation of time will most definitely tell you when the sun's going to come up and when it's going to go down. Oh, and these are postdictions as well, because guess what? That's always happened.
Were those predictions wrong when the 60% of sunlight was what's the word here? I guess what I'm trying to say is, did they predict that 60% of the world would be able to see the sun above the horizon? Like, was there any talk about that pre it happening, or was it just a surprise to all the Globers?
It happens every year on the 8th of July.
Okay. What's, like, do you know, like, I guess the given reasoning for this? Not that it's the actual reasoning for it, obviously, but, like, I've never heard of this before, so I'm interested in
Can I
learning about
present it as a Glober?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so that event occurs when the sun covers 50% of the surface of the sphere, as it always does. And in that particular moment, I think they say, 90% of population is on that side, including the twilight. So 90% of all people in the world can see either direct sunlight or twilight. That's the clickbait article that you guys have seen on the internet. That's what it talks about. As you know, the population of the Earth is not evenly distributed, right, on the surface. Half of the sphere is almost empty. Yes, there is a moment in time when 90% of people, not surface, see sunlight or twilight.
Sorry, Peter. We're talking about a square mile coverage of the surface of the Earth, not necessarily the population that see it. That's an interesting side note and anecdote.
Okay.
We're talking about the land coverage. So
that includes twilight, right?
We're talking about when the sun's above the horizon. Yes, twilight is taken into account, dude. Obviously.
That explains the amount above 50%.
It's well above 50%. The total land coverage over the surface of the Earth. On this particular day, it increases to well over 50% of the surface of the Earth. Now, why is that on this one particular day? 50% of the surface of the Earth should be illuminated by the sun. Doesn't matter what fucking season it is. But on this particular day, a huge proportion of the surface of the Earth, given in a square mile value, exceeding 50% of the surface of the Earth. Don't care about twilight. That happens
Okay,
every
where's
day.
the link? Okay, I understand. I confused it with the other one. Can I see the link?
Yeah, I posted it earlier, dude. Just scroll up. If you want the original, I can find the original. It's under the Taboo Conspiracies. I can find you the original that he mirrored it from if you want. I think it goes into depth.
I would like to read the article because the answer is almost always in there.
Okay. Well, like I said, scroll up, dude.
I mean, I'm trying to reverse engineer the original article, and the one I'm finding is the one that talks about the 6% of Earth's population. July 8th.
It's been posted in the chat for you. It's been posted in the chat for you.
Hey, let me see.
Literally the last thing that was posted. Like I said, it's an interesting side note. But we're talking about the land coverage. Now, the land coverage, as in where the land coverage, as in where the light should be, shouldn't necessarily change throughout the seasons because it's the same sun projecting the same light onto the same spherical object. Doesn't matter what the angular tilt is, it's still going to be 50% of the surface. And give you twilight, I'll give you 56%. But the land coverage given in a square mile value on the July the 8th was huge.
But why are they saying land? Who cares about land, whether it's water or land?
Sorry, area coverage, water or land, on the surface of the Earth. Let's not be pedantic. I'm losing my fucking patience with people tonight. I don't want to lose it with you.
Okay, so explain to me. I'm reading this blue blue image, right?
Just watch the video, dude. I haven't got the patience. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any explanation as to like what may have caused that from like a flat Earth standpoint? Because it is still different than like most days, right? Like most days are 50% coverage. So like, is there any evidence of like, oh well, this is why today is a little different?
It's just going to be to do with the position of the sun over the Earth, dude. It's not a 50-50 day side, night side as a globe Earth would predict, as in when you shine a flashlight at a ball, for example, only 50% of that ball is going to be illuminated. We'll give you a little bit extra because of twilight and so on, so we can say what 55% of the surface will be illuminated. You will have light on it. But it's much more than that. And from a flat Earth point of view, that's because of the location of the sun. It's illuminating much more than 50% of the surface of the known world. Doesn't fit the model.
60%, isn't it?
A huge amount, dude. But that shouldn't change. From one day to the next, same sun, same ball, doesn't matter the tilt, you're still going to have an area of coverage of that light, whether it's summer, winter, fall, spring, going to be the same.
Yes, that is correct. The globe always predicts 50% coverage of the surface area of the Earth.
Okay.
Direct sunlight from the sun, and then some margin for refracted sun. I'm looking at it, Jedi. I'm not going to continue this. I don't want to make you angry. I don't see any claim here that I can address, so I'm just going to ignore it.
All right, dude. What I'll do is I'm probably just getting tired. I'll look into it a bit more. Me and you can pick this up tomorrow, and I'll gather some more information for you. All right.
Sounds good to me.
Good. Awesome stuff. Apologise for being short with you, Peter. I've just had my fill of globers this evening.
It happens to the best of us, Jedi.
Does anyone have like evidence or videos suggesting that gravity is a form of like electromagnetism? Because I've heard that a lot, and I'm really struggling to find any like material on it.
Yeah, so are we. It's only a certain sector of flat earthers who say that gravity is actually electromagnetism because of some kind of correspondence with the gravitational formula and Coulomb's law, I believe. But I think that might be a misunderstanding on electrostatics from some people's point of view. It's not something that I would necessarily suggest, but it's an interesting topic. I might be able to find you something, but it's going to take me a while to do so, mate.
No problem. No problem. Okay, so given that, like, I mean, do you have like a more simplistic view of gravity? Like, it's just we're in a pressurized container, and heavier things fall, and lighter things flight, or sorry, lighter things float. Like, what would be your perspective on what we call gravity? I'm just going to use that as the name, not saying that's what it is.
Relative density.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Okay.
Or there's a term you might want to look up called specific gravity. It has to do with density.
Specific gravity. Okay. I'll look that up right now. Does anyone have any evidence to suggest possibly there being two suns? Because I've seen a bunch of flat earthers like talk about this. I don't know. It's a little much for me, but maybe there's evidence to support it. I don't know.
Yeah,
That was
I've
sorry.
yeah, I can find you probably a few observations where it appears that there are two suns in the sky. Now, I don't know. I got no way of validating this, mate, but I can show you some images of it. Some people talking about it on YouTube videos and stuff for sure.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find it.
On the same sort of topic, there's been a lot of talk as well as like essentially like a fake sun, or like NASA made like a fake sun, and then apparently there's like patents online of an artificial sun as well, which is quite interesting. And then from visual observations that I've seen, people are saying like it's more of like a white light instead of the typical like orange sunlight. It's very like LED reminiscent. So maybe, honestly, I think I would probably be more likely to subscribe to that than there just being two natural suns. I think if there was a second one, it probably would not be natural.
So I posted one video in chat which appears to show, let's call them two suns in the sky. It's just a short that I found on YouTube a couple of days ago. There are other ones as well that try to explain it away and all of this type of stuff. But if this is the phenomenon that you're talking about, this appears to be a growing trend of these types of observations. I'm not sure whether it's a phenomenon like lens flaring or something like that. I don't think this video is, but I've not personally seen this phenomenon.
Has the video, or I believe it was a picture, I don't remember, I just remember seeing it a long time ago, of the, there was like a pilot and you flew over like two different suns. Was that debunked at all? Or like, was that proven credible? Or like, does anybody know the pilot who was involved?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Because you have seen that video, right? Or it might have been a picture, I don't remember, but there's definitely like a pilot flying over two suns.
I've got videos from aeroplanes that show that the sun appears to be in clouds and below the observation height of the aircraft, so it looks like the sun's below them in the cloud layer.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah. This is what I'm just interested in. Have any of these like pilots, come out and stated anything about that? Because there's multiple videos of this. No, I'm pretty sure there's like at least 2 or 3 off the top of my head that I can remember seeing. One of them being the double sun video, but it still applies to like them being above the sun.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, we can all see these videos on YouTube and so on, and pictures and this, that, and the other, but it's not a phenomenon that I've seen. It'd be interesting if pilots did come out and say things, but I'm sure there's reasons why pilots don't come out and say these things. Same sort of thing as pilots, and especially within the military, up until recent times, didn't really report any UFO observations for want of to avoid ridicule by their peers and so on. So I don't know. It's probably plausible reasons why people don't come out into the public and say things publicly, especially when potentially their job or peer pressure might be on the line. Flatsy, I can't be bothered to type a response, but that's absolutely hilarious. Asking for what did you say? Oh yeah, evidence for an electromagnetic field of the Earth, and then they gave you something with regards to the electromagnetic field of the heart. That's fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, that heart math. I've seen that. Yeah, that has nothing to do with your question, though.
That's hilarious, isn't it?
That's
I have an
pretty
answer to that question, like a genuine answer. That's not a heart study. Because I don't know. I personally obviously I think the Earth's flat, but I don't know the answer to a lot of these questions. That's why I ask so much. Observationally, it's definitely flat, but I don't know anything about the electromagnetic field or any of that. Is there evidence that's relevant to that?
well. Like Jedi was saying, it's not really something that we get into in this particular channel or server. There are other servers that go into that.
Can you give me the name of any of these servers? I don't want you to advertise them, but I am interested in these topics and I want to learn more.
I'm really hesitant to
Because from my understanding, bro, all of the flat Earth servers I was in are all gone now. 90% of them are gone. They were deleted along with all of the I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I'm talking about. The pandemic. They were all deleted along with everybody else. So I haven't been able to find really any servers besides this one and another one that even talk about the flat Earth openly. I mean, maybe you could PM it to me. I don't know. I would really appreciate it, bro, because finding sources for this information is just getting harder and harder. It used to be very easy to research these things, and now it's completely impossible, and you can't even find people to talk about it.
I am right, so I don't want to advertise other servers. I did send you a DM with a link to another server. That's the FED server, which hosts a live stream Monday to Friday, and I have good conversations around the time of the live stream, which is an open forum, and then afterwards. I think that starts around about 8-9 o'clock in the morning for you guys in America. I can send you a link to our home server as well, 24/7, if you want
Yeah,
that
if you
as
could,
well.
yeah.
Yeah,
I used to be on 24/7 for a long time, and then I don't know. I kind of just migrated out of it.
Are you still a member in that server, dude, or do you want me to send you a link?
Yeah, if you could send me a link. That's part of the reason why I'm not in it is because I made a new Discord account and then just never joined.
Gotcha. Yeah, no worries, dude.
It's also harder to find it now. When you look up flat Earth Discords, I'm pretty sure it's not even within the first 3 results. You have to actually look for that server to find it now. It doesn't just pop up when you search it. Which I would argue is
Cool. So
obviously intentional.
I sent you 2 links there anyway, mate.
Perfect, thank you. Well, the first one's a video. I don't know if you meant to send that link. You might have meant to send something else.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm getting old. Give me a minute. I'll address that.
All good, bro. All good. No worries. No, thank you for all the resources, guys. I appreciate this.
No worries, mate.
So this is a bit
It's
of an
kind
odd question, but I think. Oh, go ahead. I don't want to like lead the conversation.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just going to say that those topics, they weren't always this way, but they become kind of heated topics. And so that's why the reluctance to kind of like give you names out loud and stuff. And Jedi understands, I'm sure. But there's
Yeah,
a whole
I
history
get
behind
it
that.
to an extent.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna say. So I was looking at this one video, and he was basically saying like, let me see if I can just put it in chat. He basically said like on a flat plane, like the solar eclipse, like you would be able to see the moon prior to it like interceding in between the sun. And he was arguing like basically the solar eclipse, he doesn't know what it is exactly, but it's not the sun or it's not the moon that's covering the sun because we would be able to see the moon come into view like before it intercepted the path of the sun essentially like.
Right.
And I know there is flat earth arguments for the eclipse, so like I feel like there's definitely evidence to the contrary, but maybe there's evidence for it as well.
Okay, so there's a couple interesting things about solar eclipses. Did you know that all solar eclipses? Well, for one, you're right about that. No one has ever witnessed, filmed, or seen the moon approaching the sun anytime before any solar eclipse at any time in history. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
So
Well,
no
I
one's
mean,
ever seen it.
I could assume so.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I could assume so, but I didn't know that like factually. No.
Yeah. So now here's another interesting point. You know what the new moon is, right?
The new moon is when the moon is like it doesn't have any phases, right?
The new moon is when the moon is not visible. And here's another interesting fact about the new moon. While the new moon, for those 3 days, the moon is invisible and no one on Earth can see the moon from any location. Did you know that?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so the moon's not visible during a new moon. Now I'm going to tie the two together. Every single solar eclipse is during the new moon.
I like that explanation actually. That's like pretty simplistic, but it makes sense.
Well, it's kind of like, because then you have to ask yourself, well, what the hell? Because that means the moon's not visible. We don't know where the moon is, and it's never been seen approaching the sun before an eclipse or after, actually, either.
You know where the moon is. The movement of the moon is very consistent, and so it's
Yeah,
possible.
so why isn't the moon ever seen during a new moon? How does that work on a globe?
Well, it's not seen during the solar eclipse because it's in front of the sun towards us, so its illuminated side is away from us, and so it's very difficult to discern the moon against the sky because there's no light essentially reflecting.
Well, did you know that the moon is not seen at all by anybody, even in infrared, before the solar eclipse?
Is this true?
Yeah, if you can give us a photo of where the new moon should be and tell us where it is in the photo, should prove your claim.
Yeah. So therefore, and also, people have filmed the sun before a solar eclipse. The moon is not visible even in infrared. So there's another point I'd like to bring up for loud packs. There's ancient writings in Sanskrit, and they talk about dark bodies. They talk about Ketu and what do they call it? I forgot the names.
Yeah, I put the video in chat by the way. I'm listening though. Go ahead. Like I said, I don't want to like lead this topic, but nobody else is talking. So like, if anybody else wants to say anything, like I'll totally give you the floor.
Well,
I'm just
if you think
curious,
about
Oh, go ahead.
if you think about the way the moon slowly illuminates, right? The way the sun darkens during an eclipse is a much quicker process, but it's the same thing. It's like a polarity. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like
having
an
a little bit of trouble.
inverse of the same process, but the sun only does it at the rate that its solar eclipses, whereas the moon does it every month. It's the
I think I
renewal
understand what you're saying.
cycle of the body, essentially. And they know the sun goes in cycles, like they talk about it endlessly. Oh, the sun was hotter back then, and for this period it was this temperature, then this period its magnetic strength increased, or whatever. It's like everything has a cellular cycle, right? And if we mapped cellular cycles to eclipse cycles, we might find a comparison, right? 7 years, the cell charge spirals around till it gets to the end, and then it dies, and the amount that's left in the telomere at the center of the cell breaks off and becomes a new cell. It does another 7-year spiral orbit, just like the path of the sun on the subjective plane. Or rather, the subjective sun on the actual plane.
I like that. I like that last part.
To add to that point, the moon does its own. It's called the lunalema, like the analema, where the analema yearly. The lunalema is monthly.
I mean, like charging your car battery, right? If that charge gets too low, you have to jump start it. Doesn't mean the battery's dead, which makes it different from a conventional battery. When the charge is dead, you have to replace the contents. So there's two different charge cycles in the sky. One of them is quicker cycling than the other.
Well, I guess that begs the question, like, where are they being charged from? I'm using
Well,
that
look,
as like
it also makes sense, right? Because if you have a higher vibrating anything, like a ball on a string, the quicker it vibrates, the longer it'll take to come to a full stop. So if you have input of motion at the rate that you tap the ball, right, and you're tapping it once every 3 seconds, it'll only vibrate so quick and it'll slow down at the uniform rate. Whereas if you tap it twice every second, it'll vibrate quicker, it'll take longer to slow down. It's comparative with what we're seeing. Charge decay, in other words.
Yeah, so just I put it in the side chat. The names of those dark bodies in the Ayurveda are called Rahu and Ketu. So there is a belief in other systems that there are dark bodies up there as part
I
of
think
the
the South
luminary.
Americans had that too, like the whole eating of the sun by Teotihuacan or something.
Right.
So the moon doesn't show up on infrared either because it doesn't emit a lot of heat.
Yeah, so in Sanskrit, they call Rahu, they call it the shadow planet that causes eclipse.
So do they? Is that basically saying like it's not the moon, it's that shadow planet? At least
I don't
in
know.
there.
Like I'm not saying one way or another. Like it really is seemingly quite evident that the moon is not involved.
The moon is involved. We know where the moon is. It moves very consistently. And when the solar eclipse happens, it's exactly where the moon is thought to be.
Yeah, but the problem with that is it cannot be seen. It cannot be seen by any means anywhere on
Yes,
Earth.
because there's no light reflecting off of it.
Yeah, you would still see it in infrared, but it's not
No,
seen
you
even
wouldn't,
in
because the
infrared.
infrared is heat. The moon does not radiate
You would
heat.
not. You would see it some way, somehow. You would be able to see
No,
it.
you wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
No, because the atmosphere of Earth is reflecting too much light, and the moon isn't reflecting any light. You can't see the black side of the moon against the blackness of space. And blueness because of the atmosphere that the sun is reflecting off during
There's
the day.
no. There's
The reason you
actually
can't
no
see the
physical.
moon is because there's no light reflecting off
There's
of it.
actually
It's facing
no.
away.
There's no physical evidence that the moon is reflecting light.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. There's evidence that it's self-illuminated, though.
What? How is there
the moon
evidence
is
that it's
self-illuminated.
self-illuminated, but there's no evidence that it?
Yeah, because a round rock does not reflect anything.
It does if it's big enough.
Oh shit! So here we go with scale again. So only in a scale that cannot be measured, cannot be seen, cannot be witnessed, cannot be demonstrated. Only that scale.
You can't demonstrate that it generates the light either. So
I would argue we can though. I would say that the moon gives off a cold light and the sun gives off a warm light. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can test this. Just check the temperature of direct moonlight versus direct sunlight, and you'll find that the moonlight is actually colder in direct light, and when you go in the shade of the moonlight, you're actually warming up, which is the exact polar opposite of the sun. In direct sunlight, you're going to heat up, and when you get in the shade, you're going to cool down. So the moon literally gives off the polar opposite of that light source. And we have yet to reflect a light and then change it from a warm light to a cold light with any reflector on Earth. So, I mean, you'd basically be having to argue that magical moon dust is the reason that warm light turns into cold light, which is still not very like provable or arguable at all.
None of this makes any sense. Have you got any links for this information?
Yeah, bro. So just go get a laser thermometer and point it at an object in direct moonlight, and then take that same laser thermometer and point it in the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find that the surface is going to be colder in direct moonlight. And then you can take that same thermometer, take it under sunlight, and you have the exact opposite effect. So if it's reflecting the sunlight and it's giving off a completely different light source, you could argue that. I mean, well, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I'm saying you could argue possibly it's a reflecting and has its own light source. But I don't think you could just argue it's 100% just reflecting sunlight, because it gives off a different light source. And you can easily do this with just a laser thermometer, like $20, and just go in moonlight, go in sunlight, and you'll find that out. That's actually one of the main things that got me into the flat Earth in the first place, is that you can literally just do that yourself. You don't need to like take my word for it.
And here's the other thing, you know what reflected sunlight looks like and what its properties are, and that's not the kind of illumination we get from moonlight. It's much more diffuse than reflected light, which is just an angular change in the same intensity.
Yeah. Also, in addition to that, you have only two shapes available for anything to be a reflector. Can you guess what those are?
Flat, I'm betting. No, probably not. Just joking.
No, they're either flat or concave. That's
Sounds
it.
close.
Wait, like is there a reason why like a sphere couldn't reflect light?
What's
Yeah, because it would
divergence,
make
right?
it would make a diffuse. It would make a diffuse light, so it wouldn't be you wouldn't really see it at distance.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's got something to do with the 90-degree angle. If you're one side of it, it's divergence, and the other side, it's reflection. Is that right? Maybe not.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I do think you're right.
So have you ever seen this phenomena, right, which is, as far as I know, unexplained, where you have any number of metronomes next to each other, and they'll come into sync with each other?
Is there like an explanation for that phenomenon?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they know why.
Do you have any?
It's a very popular thing. It's a very popular thing. I
Any
mean, lots
ideas?
of videos of like 5 metronomes being set at different intervals at different times, with even different intensities, I think, maybe, unless it's not how a metronome works. But yeah, they'll eventually, after about a minute, they'll all be in exact sync with each other. So maybe that's why the sun and the moon tend to come into alignment and then go back to what they're regularly doing. Something about that phenomena which we currently don't know much about.
I'm gonna have to look into that. That's very interesting.
Are you talking about when metronomes are set on a platform upon on 2 cylinders, and you set them all at a different rate, and then they eventually swing the platform at the same rate, and they all get back in tune with each other?
Yeah, exactly right. It all equalizes. And like, I don't think they even have to be doing anything to the thing they're on. They can all be independent, but as long as they're like, I think connected or in the same adjacent. I don't know exactly because I don't fully get it.
Yeah, the
It's really
examples
weird
I've
to watch.
seen, the
Kind of
examples
hypnotic.
I've seen, the examples that I've seen are the metronomes are set on a platform, and the platform eventually swings them all into step with each other because instead of moving independently, they're moving with the motion of that platform.
Yeah, I think that's possibly what's happening in this video. I just looked into this.
Can't find any credible sources of this moonlight cooling.
What's a better source than experience?
$32 metronomes. Wow.
But I think what he said does hold true. It looks like the platform it's on is moving. If it was on a cylinder and they're separate metronomes, I think that would be more like more into question. I think I do understand like his explanation of it. It makes sense. Or their explanation.
I don't know. I want to look at YouTube. It's in Japanese, which doesn't help. It's actually in Chinese, I think. No? Japanese?
It might be Korean.
No, it's Japanese. Ikaguchi. God, that's allowed. I just want some links to some breakdowns of it. Because again, this is just displaying a phenomena. They're not telling us it's because of the moving platform. So like, I've definitely seen it done on like a mantle shelf, you know what I mean?
Then it would make sense that the air being perturbated by those metronomes is now putting those metronomes in sync. Because if they're sitting on the platform and the platform is swinging, and the swinging platform is causing them to become in time with each other because the platform is causing them to move. So they're not keeping in time with themselves, they're keeping in time with the platform. Then the air in motion would also cause them to become in time with each other because they're not in time to themselves, they're in time with the air.
So I just joined. What was the context?
This video looks good. Quantum synchronization of 100 metronomes. I don't know, they're saying quantum synchronization seems to imply more than air currents.
Yeah. You'll have to keep in mind that the air is fluid, meaning its pressure is going to be based on an outside pressure, outside force. It's not holding rigid to a single shape.
Yeah, I mean, we've established now that it has to be on a mobile platform, but they're still saying they don't know why it's happening. The resonance of the support forces the metronomes to beat at the same speed. That's their explanation. The resonance of the support forces. So it implies more than the platform, maybe like the platform and the action of its motion and their collective action against each other. Don't know.
if you was on a moving platform and your vestibular system's picking up that movement, would you say that there's some unknown force causing you to move, or would you call it the platform causing you to move?
I mean, it seems like a basic question. What are you inferring?
I think it's just the metronome sending shockwaves through the platform.
Get race ready. The new Mario Kart Happy Meal has arrived at Macca's.
I mean, I get trying to apply Occam's razor, right? It's like the motion of the pendulum goes through the platform, which is on a mobile base. So there's an overall motion being expressed that's constantly trying to equalize itself, and that's re-exerting through the metronomes. That's fair enough, but I mean, they're not really explaining it that way.
Yeah, they're making it seem ambiguous, like it's crazy, like it's an unknown
Unless I'm
force.
missing something, you know, like, because there's no simple explanations that I've found, or even like a complete, concise breakdown on it. They're all demonstrations of a principle, but they're just calling it things like metronome synchronization, quantum synchronization. It's not called like mobile platform redistribution force or something.
Because it's too simple to point out the reason for them becoming in sync with each other, which is the platform, which is able to move, is now bringing everything into sync because they're not keeping with themselves anymore. They're going with the flow. The platform is causing them to flow in that manner. So now they metronome in sync with each other. If they weren't sitting on the platform, then what would be the other cause? Then I
Well,
would say
let's look into some deeper dives.
directly connected to the metronomes themselves. And then you would say, oh, well, let's do this in a vacuum. Let's figure this out. Is the air causing this? Why are they all coming in sync? And if they don't get in sync in a vacuum, then would you say it's the air? No. If you put them on the platform with cylinders so that they can float back and forth, they suddenly go back in sync. Well, then, yeah, it's fucking, you got to do the test yourself. Figure it out. Put it on a platform, but put the metronomes parallel with the cylinders holding the platform. See if it happens. They're just showing you a thing that happens. This is like.
So hold on, have you heard of the phenomenon called clock synchronization?
No, please tell me.
Well, I can drop you this Harvard study, right? Because that's what I'm saying. There's more going on in the background of this shit. Like clocks will synchronize as well.
Does it
Like this
depend
is
on like
why
the
it's
type of
such
clock?
a wide thing, because like it seems really obvious, but it's actually not. It's definitely something going on. Something
What
that's
is
definitely
sync?
going to repeat itself somewhere other than a metronome device. So, do we have any Doctor Who fans? I'm not going to go right into a Sunday vibe, but just real quick.
Is it related to the topic?
Well, sort of. I mean, there's an episode where they're all in a simulation, and the way they work it out is anytime someone tries to predict numbers, they predict the same set of numbers. So it's like interesting things that should be doing one thing, but they do another thing. And it's like, you know, in the Matrix movie where the cat causes the deja vu because the program has a glitch and it recodes itself twice. I just think it's funny.
I don't know if it's the same set of phenomena, but resonance is believed to be much stronger than you could intuitively imagine. For example, troops marching through a bridge while stepping at the same time can theoretically collapse a bridge, not because of a force of like individual person, but because just the fact that all of them have the same rhythm, it causes some fluctuations in the structure of the bridge, waves, and together
So,
it groups.
yeah.
And yeah, that's why they kind of march with a delay relative to each other when marching through a bridge.
I don't know if you read any of the last the Harvard study, right? But the last chapter in the How It Works, the last paragraph is really intriguing. And before that, it is talking about how things will go into antiphase, right? So like it locks into 180 degrees inverse of being perfectly synchronized. It's perfectly anti-synchronized, and that tends to only happen at higher frequencies. But it says, like, we have not explored under what special conditions this happens. It appears at the higher frequencies.
That's pretty weird.
So the phenomenon of spontaneous synchronization is found in circadian rhythms, heart and intestinal muscles, insulin-secreting cells in the pancreas, ambling elephants, drummers drumming, menstrual cycles, fireflies, among others. So, I mean, why can't we just throw the sky in there? Sky phenomena, spontaneously synchronizing and then going back to its regular determined impetus of motion?
Because
In
it's
what way?
I mean, what is happening in the sky is cyclical because the physical conditions don't really change when you don't modify any conditions.
Well,
that
I
in the
mean,
system is going to be
visibly,
cyclical.
in the visible spectrum, they don't change, but in the non-visible spectrum, it's doing all kinds of seasonal shifting and cyclical, much bigger than like a yearly cycle kinds of shifting.
Like what?
I mean, they're telling you this, like, you know, like, I don't know.
I mean, there are phenomena that are changing, like weather, for example. This is something that isn't uniform. It has a general correlation to seasons, which is cyclical, but you have additional factors, which doesn't make it always cyclical. Like, I mean, no, not
Well, look,
they are still always
there's
the weather is
something.
still always cyclical, but it is also influenced by factors that aren't cyclical.
Hold on. This is what I'm asserting, right? There's in all aerial phenomena a synchronization that occurs at one point or another, yeah?
Okay.
And these synchronizations are also common to features of things that we've built, like pyramids, etc. And I'm saying we subjectively here, but you know, alignments are used in other ways. But this nature of like a thing which is clearly oscillating at different, like, I don't want to say rates, but you know, different paths, they're subject to these same universal forces that are being displayed by metronomes and biorhythms and a lot of things, just occasionally synchronizing.
What's synchronizing in the sky?
Well, like planetary alignments, you know?
Well, that just
That's
makes
what I'm
sense.
saying.
Like, if you've got a bunch of circular, I guess we'll call it orbiting, but whatever it is, even if they're all spinning at different rates, like there's a whole range of there's massive wide amount of numbers that will eventually all sort of sync at the same number at some point. That's not a surprise.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, it's
so
like
like that's fine for heliocentrism, but what we're doing is trying to account for these mechanics in other ways.
for heliocentrism, it's very simple. It's just the fact that when you don't change any physical factors influencing the thing, then the thing is going to do the same thing because nothing changed, so it doesn't have any reason to do some new thing. No new force was induced, or no magnitude of already existing force was changed. So the period of the orbit of the moon will be the same. The period of the planets will still be the same. Unless something hits a planet or whatever. But this doesn't happen. At least now.
I think there's a slight conflation as well, yeah. Like, so obviously a day, a week, a month, a year, for example, they're specific to the Earth, and they're just sort of, they're observations of the Earth. But just because, I don't know, Saturn or Jupiter might come around like every 4 years or something like that, it's a description, yes, of a cyclical pattern, but it's not Earth's pattern. It's just how it correlates with Earth is the interesting part.
It is also Earth's pattern. It's simply a matter of the fact that motion is relative, so you can describe the same motion from a perspective of stationary Earth, and then you will have a cyclical pattern of all of the other celestial bodies. But you could also assume, for example, that Mars is the center of your coordinate system, and you describe the motion of everything else, then the Earth also would be making cyclical patterns. And Mars now would be stationary. It's just a matter of different perspectives.
And then into the heliocentric model regarding all of that, all of the luminaries seem to make a circle, whereas on the whatever the globe-centric one, it's strange patterns.
Yeah, because the strange patterns happen in reality and they're observed. The reason they're explained as being circles is because you're on a ball that's making a big circle, and that other ball is on its own circle. And as you get farther away from it, it appears to retrograde because now you're going away from it, and then you're coming back around, and it's coming back around, but it's still on its same path. The retrograde happens in the sky, period. That's what you experience, that's what you see. However, it's this speculation that, well, now that I put myself on a ball, I can move myself around a ball, and it explains my observation. But what you see physically is the retrograde patterns.
It's not just simulation, it's just a translation of coordinates.
I'm reading through a much better article on this phenomena, and it's going through the whole history, so there's a lot more going on than mobile platforms here. And like it was based on this guy who was using metronomes on different ships, and they're in sync close enough for you to navigate by it, which was like back in like the 14th century. So he started studying metronomes, and when they were placed on a wooden platform over about 9 days, they'd still synchronize. And there's another phenomena where one metronome will always outlast the other one. A lot of weird stuff.
Might be worth mentioning that some of them like sync at a different rate. Like even though like all the metronomes eventually come into sync, like one might sync sooner than the other.
I wouldn't say that these weird spirals and the planets making circles are two different proposals of what is physically happening. I would say that this is one thing, the same thing physically happening, and different perspective of describing the same thing. I mean, that's that's assuming a geocentric globe, so it's still a globe. Earth still the same dimensions of the system, just the Earth being the center of the universe. But if you also want flat Earth and if you want to mess up the distances to the celestial bodies, then you have a complete fuck up.
So here it's saying the critical transition mass of 2.3 kilograms determines whether they'll be in synchronized or anti-synchronized force. Under a certain threshold of weight for the bar they're on, it'll be synchronized force. Over a certain threshold, anti-synchronized force. So here's the scientific consensus, like the current one, right? So do we completely understand Huygens synchronization? In short, no. Most mathematical models, including our own, aren't complete in the way they don't consider all the deformations experienced by the wooden support on which the clocks are hanging. We hope, however, that a complete model will one day be created, not least because Huygens' system of coupled clocks could shed light on many other systems. Consider, for instance, two-driven unbalanced rotors mounted on an elastic support. Under certain conditions, the rotors can revolve synchronously in the same direction. In other cases, the rotors start spinning in opposite directions. The latter can be useful as it can cut or even eliminate the vibrations of the common support when the rotors are running. So, like, it's about balancing like a washing machine system, right? For example, balancing turbines.
Hello? Anyone hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Speak louder.
Yeah, go on. You can.
Excuse me, I burped. That was
Pardon
rude
you.
of me. I should not burp on the mic. That was very rude.
Nah, it's fun. Go for it.
So I found the model in a Reddit post. Let's go to Wikipedia. The Kuramoto model.
What is that?
It's first proposed by Yoshiki Kuramoto in describing synchronization, more specifically, the behavior of a large set of coupled oscillators.
So in that model, I guess the momentum is transferred by the thing the pendulums are standing on, right?
Well, look, the model makes several assumptions, including that there is weak coupling, that the oscillators are identical or nearly identical. The interactions depend sinusoidally on the phase difference between each pair of objects. So they're still making assumptions, but yeah, I don't know, this model looks kind of interesting.
All models make assumptions from definition, because they are approximations of what is actually happening, not the thing that is actually happening. And in order to idealize what is actually happening, you have to simplify it to some assumptions.
Well, there's variations of the model if you scale down a bit.
Simply throw to the trash bin factors that happen in reality but are negligible to this situation that you're describing, so they aren't important.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking for more info on metronome syncing because we don't know everything about it. Is that fair?
Yes, it's fair. I'm just talking about models in general. This applies to any model. Like when a model assumes something, it doesn't try to prove that this thing doesn't actually exist. That just means that the thing it's assuming to not happen is negligible for this situation, so it doesn't matter for the maths. Or else we would all be dead because of the number of the physics models that assume no air resistance. We would have nothing to breathe with.
Yeah, models don't determine reality. We all know that. Entrainment. Yeah, that's the word I was trying to remember a while ago. It's the general reason, the general term they give to it.
But they give you the closest approximation of reality that we can get. I would describe it like that. For example, if you want to know what is the layer of the continents, where are the continents, there will be the physical continents, the made of the physical mass, and we will never perfectly know the layering because you can always zoom in and see that, for example, some one single rock will have some bumps or some valleys, and obviously maps don't account for bumps on a single rock, but the closest information of how land looks like will be a map, which is a model. So when models get better, they will be always approaching the reality, but they will never be reality perfectly. And saying that because models aren't perfectly reality, then we cannot use them to know anything, I find it retarded, because it's like saying that because we don't know details on a single rock in California or whatever, then we don't know what is the layer of continents at all, and we cannot show a map to a child in school.
All right, so I think the model got a little bit sidetracky, but here's yet another article on examining patterns of synchronization. So not everything has anything to do with the physics of you like reducing everything to the energy transfer between the metronomes and the platform, right? It's the reason that when a group of people start clapping, they all start clapping spontaneously together in rhythm, or the reason that like fireflies will synchronize their blinking spontaneously. Anyway, I'll drop this study because it's going into all these areas. Physicists discover exotic patterns of synchronization. I mean, it's got a really cool GIF just in the article. Here's fireflies. So, like, the fireflies on a moving platform where the energy they're using to light up is being transferred into the ground and then back into them. Well, that's a big claim for you to make based on cans on a board. But the video itself is really cool because it's like a Mexican wave through a crowd, you know? Murmurations of birds. Synchronization is an underlying force in reality, and we just can't quantify it properly. Like, gravity is dealing with phenomena that we're trying to quantify without needing it to just magically explain everything. But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. There's different ways you can try to arrive at conclusions and say, okay, now I'm done with the investigation. But then what happens if you find the phenomena somewhere else? And you could study it thinking it's a new phenomena, but then you discover it's the same phenomena because you didn't understand it when you said your understanding was done.
You'll accept understanding's never done. That's the point.
Yes, but you can make recordings of what you did get to so that you're not doing the same thing over and over.
So how the fuck did you go from people clapping hands together, metronomes coming in together, and the stars are all the same?
When did I do that?
Earlier in the conversation, you started off with my introduction into the conversation. There was metronomes, and then they all become in sync. And then you said that, well, the stars are in sync. Cool. And then now you're saying that people clap hands and bugs blink their lights and they soon to become in sync with each other. So there's this underlying woo-woo of synchronization going on that must be there, that must be investigated and looked into. How the fuck do you equate that to Earth being blob or Earth being flat or whatever other shape you decide to pull? How is that sequitur?
I don't know, man. If you want to bring it back to like standards of proof for the shape of the planet, then go right ahead. I'm just filling time. I don't find it unproductive to have gone from like what causes eclipses and the new moon being evidence of the moon not even being there, and then to have the eclipse happening during that time period. This all might be implying something else about the forces that cause these bodies being in sync and one being superior to the other during that period. Don't know why we're investigating other areas that things synchronize, like planetary alignments is a valid one of those.
I missed the. Sorry. Go on.
Today, Sunday.
I missed the original context of the conversation because I joined during the middle of it. But what you said is pretty wild. How is the new moon a proof that new moon isn't there during an eclipse?
I'm saying a transition from that being somebody else's claim to finding causation for that phenomena other areas in nature. And the first one that occurred to me was the pendulum synchronization. I already knew that we don't know everything about the pendulum thing, so I was looking into that a bit more and finding that it's like an entire field of science called the science of synchronization. If you want to call it that, I'm choosing to.
So it wasn't your claim. It was someone else's.
Right, I mean, we could go back to the start before I joined in, which is that the new moon is gone from the sky, so it can't be causing the eclipse.
I mean, that's kind of pretty much circular reasoning, because if the new moon was there, then we would exactly observe it manifesting in that way, by obstructing the moon. So the only way to say
it wasn't
that
my claim,
it doesn't,
so yeah, I can't respond.
Yeah, so the only way to say that it's invisible is to already assume that it isn't there during an eclipse, which is literally the only way we would expect it to manifest itself. It's just circular argument. I would say that the similarities between the object during an eclipse and the moon are so extreme that, well, you could technically say that it's some perfect duplication, but I would say that they are so strong that the number of weird assumptions you would have to make to claim that is too crazy for it to be even a plausible explanation. From the basic facts, like that it's in the exact place where you would expect it if it just continued in its orbit with the same speed, the fact that it has the same apparent size in the sky as the moon that you would predict in that moment, the fact that it has the same outline because the moon isn't a perfect circle, it has like a bumps topography, so you can compare the outline of the moon with the actual moon. The fact that you can literally take a very long exposure photo and see the details on its surface that are very, very dim, so you'd normally not see them, just a black disk. But if you overexpose the camera, then you can see them. At this point, it would have to be some impersonator of the moon.
All right, so here's another cool link by a guy who wrote a book called Sync about different phenomena on Earth that comes into synchronization, how order emerges from chaos in the universe, nature, and daily life. So is it relevant? Yes, it's inherently relevant.
This is
Sound of
if I may
cycles
ask a
and
question. I don't want to interrupt anything by asking this question, but if I could.
no, like I said, I'm just like filling the space because there's not much actual epistemology coming out right today.
Okay,
this
perfect,
morning,
perfect.
whatever.
All right, so in this video, the guy basically explains that like this experiment supports the ether, but I'm watching another one by like someone else going through the math, and he's saying like basically it's the opposite, and then it's proving that light doesn't require an ether. So I'm just trying to figure out like who's right about this, because it's the same experiment and they're coming to basically two different conclusions.
Well, that's the problem. A lot of times choosing who you want to believe in science is like choosing who you want to support in a NASCAR race.
No, it's not.
No.
There's got to be evidence to suggest one or the other. I don't think this is an inconclusive experiment. I'm just not very good at like reading scientific literature very well. I like because I'm kind of understanding both of their points, but I'm trying to figure out like I'm just really trying to figure out like is there an ether or no?
All right.
I mean, I
So
don't think there has to be either.
Think about it this way. All right. You have 4 states of matter, right? Solids, liquids, gas, plasma. All right. So gas, liquid, and plasma are all fluid, meaning they don't hold a shape. They require something else to give them shape. They don't maintain pressure. They require something else to maintain pressure. They release themselves based on the outward pressure, right? Solids, they're not fluid. They hold their own shape. They're restricted. They maintain their own pressure, and they'll resist outside pressure to remain in their shape. Okay? So, the ancients used to think that, well, we live in some kind of contained environment, and inside this contained environment, there are fluids, but they called it in their own words, right? So, like, if you wanted to take a biblical perspective, their word for it was mayim, right? Waters, or seas, or heavens. You had to use these words to build heavens, okay? You had to use sea, you had to write out sea, to write out water, to write out heaven. So in their mind, they're living inside of a sea. Okay, the air itself is a sea of air, right? We've now broken it down into different, chemical compounds and all these different atoms: oxygen, carbon, carbon dioxide, CO2, O3, argon, nitrogen, all this other shit, right? They're all fluids. You're still living within a sea. Now, you could either say that there's a sea above the sea that you're in, and that's what some ancient people called ether, the layer of ether. And then whenever they came up with the idea that the earth is a ball in space, well, the space had to be made up of some medium, and that was also ether. So when Michelson Morley wanted to check and see if the earth was in motion, they referenced the ether, which would have been the outer space medium that the earth was traveling through, and they were trying to detect the motion of that. They couldn't find the motion of that. So, well, we're not moving through the ether, so the earth must not be moving. And then Einstein says, well, you can check with...
If I can interrupt really quickly, because everybody says that everybody said Michelson Morley did detect an infringement, and that it's like 15% or something. Like, you've heard that argument, right? Where they're like, oh well, with the gyroscopes, there's a 15% like deviation or something like that. Like, how do you explain that? 'Cause I'm actually very curious.
Your ring laser gyroscope and your Michelson Morley are not the same thing. Okay, ring laser gyroscope was using the Sagnac effect, and that's the same thing, but we're watching the way the light's moving in the air. There's still a movement, but they got to run it through a big calculation to try and derive their numbers. And if you're going to try and reference Netflix, when those flat earthers decided to use a ring laser gyroscope, they actually got more things than just 15 degrees per hour. They got greater and less than 15 degrees per hour. So the conclusion can be it is not the earth in motion, because we're getting a bunch of different readings. Now, whenever you get into back to ether, there's other people who think that there's a medium that, or an energy that exists inside the air and such, and that's like where electricity comes from. I'm not into that. I don't have a good grasp on what it is they mean by that, but I know that there was some mystic explanations that there's like.
Yeah, I've heard the explanations of that.
Another force in existence that's existing in that, and that's called ether. But that don't matter to me, right? Like, there's different ways you can look at ether, but you got to figure out what definition you want to walk with.
Take a look into dark
Well, I'm just
matter
curious
as
how
well.
there's electrical currents without a wire. That's what like really confused me. That's why I think maybe there is an ether, Because what current is the electricity traveling through? Like we have Tesla coils and things like that. Like we can see electrical currents without a physical wire. And I think
Yeah,
there has to
gas
be a
will
current for the
respond.
electricity to flow through.
Gas is your easiest indicator. When something in the sky is changing color, it's probably because gas is becoming electrified.
Okay. Well, okay, Tactical Droid, what's your opinion on this? Like, and obviously, I am kind of asking for an opinion. I understand maybe you don't have like. Obviously, you said you're not into the whole sort of thing, but like, do you think it's ether? And if so, like, obviously, there's different ideas of what the ether could be. Obviously, so like, if you could like kind of differentiate.
Other people have made their own opinions on what they call the ether, right? There's things you can look up and things you can read. People have already made their opinions. Mine is I don't care, right? I live in and exist in air. So all of my experience will be done in air. I can go swimming in the water and then my experience changes to that of what water is making me experience. I think
Yeah, I
there
mean,
is
like,
multiple layers of fluid, and I would say that the ocean is one, and there's multiple layers in the ocean because we'll have to use different density submarines to descend down into deeper depths of the ocean. And I think that there are altitudes that are of lesser dense air quality, you know what I mean? So
well, it's like
I don't
we
think
have the
that
noble
there's like
gases,
this,
right?
I don't think that there's like this specific ether that exists everywhere. Like, I don't
Yeah,
fucking
because
care.
it's just that section of the periodic table, right? The noble gases.
Yeah. We're experiencing what's here. I let a balloon go, the balloon goes up, it doesn't go down. Or especially the helium balloon. You know? If I
And
fill it with argon, it's not gonna float.
when you're able to qualify that given enough temperature drop, any gas becomes a solid or a liquid, then
Yeah.
you can account for all celestial phenomena that way.
Yeah, it's
It's only
also
a small group of noble gases, but they're the ones that are doing it on Earth.
okay. So now it's become cold enough that it's not you know, pushing off of each other and expanding out away from each other. It's cold, it's become more dense. So now that it's collecting together, it's holding shape with each other, right? Like oxygen, whenever you make it into a liquid and you pour it onto a fucking a C-shaped magnet, it'll actually hold and complete the little connection in the magnet's gap, right?
Yeah,
Liquid oxygen,
paramagnetic.
magnetic. So if the ground, right, is of material that is held together by its structure, whenever you make it reach its Curie point, whenever it melts finally, it's becoming fluid in its nature because the environment around it is fluid. So then, whenever it cools back down and it reaches back to its original resonance or its original state of existence, when it becomes hard and solid, it actually returns back to its rigid state.
Yep.
So, fuck, I don't care. I don't care about this whole ether argument. The ether argument is like, who wants to hold the what definition and then make each other argue over a definition, right? Dumb. Because you'll hear people talk about ether like the way they talked about in the past. Like, you got the air that we live in, and then there's this sea above us, and it's made of ether, and that ether above us is where the sun, moon, and stars are existing. And then you get people describing the air itself as having ether in it, and then it's like you got to have the gap in between the air molecules just right so the ether can exist there, and then suddenly you got electricity, and then you'll have people say, well, it's not ether, it's just transfer of energy, electrons, and all this other shit. Like,
So, before when you said about the paramagnetism of liquid oxygen?
yeah.
there's another way that displays over a square magnet, right, or a rectangle or whatever. But if you have a flat surface, it's also a magnet like that, and you pour liquid oxygen on it, it won't fly off to the side like something polarizing away from the magnet. It'll float around within the field. So if you use a total amount of liquid oxygen over the field, you'll get a static, like solid sky barrier. And on top of that, you could stack the liquid oxygen and the liquid ozone, which are the exact color gradient differentials you see in the sky, and the rest of the color and phenomena are all noble gases. Quite simple, really.
Send a video of this? That sounds very interesting. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been posting the video for a few days, so I should still have it handy.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep, there you go. 1 minute video. Liquid oxygen onto a magnetic block. So again, solid oxygen is just one density phase shift down from the liquid, and then one density phase shift up is the ozone. It matches all the chemical weights and things. So if the sun is transitioning, undulating up to the bottom of the extent of that field and to the top, it's holding those specific gases to create that specific layer. There you go, that's the sky for you. I should mention, the reason I put it all together that way is to account for 14 pounds per square inch. That's what's exerting it. The solid oxygen layer. And the weight of that is holding the liquid oxygen and liquid ozone. That's why it's generating pressure.